Going to.
I love your background. That's so cute.
I decorated.
Yeah. That's as close to decorating a classroom we can get, right?
This one or that one. I did both ways, I guess.
I like that.
Thank you. All right. So here is your first commission math. I'm going to leave this like this in case I need somewhere else to write. Private chat. Tell me in a private chat what you think, and then we'll look at this one together. Good morning. We've got another minute, and then we'll talk about this one. Good morning. Okay. I was gonna say, is this a good way to start with math? Here we are though. We knew this was coming. Okay, so what do we do first when we see a math problem?
Read.
Read it.
Read and breathe and read. It rhymes and everything. So, Julie's real estate shop. Julie's real estate shop is listing a property for sale with an agreement from the seller to pay 6% of the sales price. Listing firm agrees to compensate the selling firm with 40% of the total commission When they procure that ready, willing, and able buyer, how much will Julie's real estate shop collect on the transaction if the home sells for $300,000? So first thing I like to do with these is I like to map it out. Let's see what we're looking at. So if we reference back to our commission map, 245, 242, depending on what book you're on, I start at the top with the big picture. So at the top, I'm starting with the sales price and the percent. Don't know numbers yet. I'm not filling in numbers yet. I'm just mapping it out. And I know from the top that total is going to get split two ways. That's going to get split between the listing firm, which is what we care about here, and the selling firm. This is as far as we need to go because we're not asked what the agent's going to get. Evidently, Julie's real estate shop doesn't care about paying agents. They just want to know how much the firm is going to get. So we start with the listing firm agrees to compensate the selling firm with 40%. So if I'm giving the selling firm 40%, how much am I going to keep for myself? And I can see mouths move.
60.
60, that's right. So I'm giving you, the selling firm, the one that's bringing me that ready, willing, and able buyer, 40% of the total commission. I'm going to keep 40% myself. Note that word, of the total commission. So in order to figure out how much Julie's real estate shop is going to collect, we have to figure out first what our total commission is. So if we take our 300,000 and times it by 6%, I get total commission of 18,000. That's our total, still up here at the top. And then of that 18,000, we're going to figure out 60% for Julie's real estate shop. So of the total commission, which we now determine is 18,000, we're going to keep 60%. So how much are we going to get? $10,800. This is the money that I have as the BIC of Julie's real estate shop to pay you, my listing agent, whomever you are. I also got to pay bills. You guys like copy paper and internet when you come into the office, and coffee and donuts and, you know, bathroom supplies, and all that costs money. So the firm has to have operating expenses. They have to have money to operate the day to day. What questions do I have on this one?
I totally read that so incorrectly.
Yeah, me too.
It's easy to do.
I solved for the selling side. So I gave the 40%. I think I'm getting confused with I think the 6% and the 40% are throwing me off. Like when to use them, if that makes sense.
And I think, did you map it out? Because if we see
Yeah.
the sales price and the commission are at the top, and I know somehow that has to get split. I
Right.
don't know, right? It could be a percentage of the sales price. It could be a percentage of the commission. But this problem gave us, and this is here for a reason, you guys. I mean, I hate to say I'm trying to trick you because that's not true. I'm trying to prepare you for the exam. I
Right.
could make these really easy if y'all want me to, but so we got to look for those key words. We got to look for those key words. And we're getting paid a percentage, not of the sales price. We're getting paid a percentage of the total commission. What's the word of mean in a word problem?
Multiply.
Multiply.
So how'd you get the 60% from the 6%?
I got 60%. The total commission is split two ways. The total commission of the total commission,
Oh, okay.
it's a 40-60. Because remember, it's not always 50-50, but the sides have to add up. 60% plus 40%.
Okay, I
Is
got
going
it.
to equal the total 6%. 6% of the sales price, 40% of the total commission. Those
Got it.
different ofs.
Thank you.
Of course. Again, you guys, if you didn't get a chance to play around with commission math this weekend, please do. The good news is once we're done with Unit 8, we get a math break for a few units, so you can get yourself caught up. But I'm telling you guys, every single commission problem I've ever seen, they're all worded differently. There's not one that's the same. So there's of the entire commission map, it could be used. So I do recommend mapping it out. How many of you took the few minutes to map it out? Do you find that helpful? If your hand's up, now you can shake your head. Do you find it helpful? It helps us see, you know, where do I need to be and how do I get there?
So Julie, I didn't do the 40 and 60%. I did the 300,000 times the 6%, which got me 18,000.
Mhm.
And then I did what I do. I did 18,000 times the 40%. And that got me the selling sides commission. So I just went an extra different step
And
than
then
what.
you took that 18,000 minus the selling
Mhm.
side
Yep.
and got the 10,000. Perfect. If you see it that way, because that may be easier to see it because that's what you're looking at when you look at the problem.
Yeah.
So
It's just
again,
an extra step.
yeah, but that's okay. That's okay. You can take an extra step. You can take a fewer step as long as we all get to 10,000. So this is, as a refresher, when we looked at our commission map last week, we said when we're working down, we're going to multiply. So this is an example of working down. We start at the top and we work down. We're going to do one next where you're going to have to work up. So they're going to give you the agent's commission and they're going to ask you the sales price. So again, map it out, work your way up. Who remembers what are the steps we take to get there when we work up?
You
You
divide.
Divide. You down, you multiply, up, you divide. So here's an example. You guys tell me in a private chat. Uh-oh. There it is. Tell me in a private chat what you think the sales price of the property is, work up the commission map and divide. About about one more minute. We'll look at this. see what we got here. Best Brokers LLC has a policy of paying their agents a 60% commission split of the 4% commission they collect for each closing. If Agent Betty received $2,880, the question wants to know what is the sales price. So again, we're going to start at the top. In this case, the top now is my X. And what I need to know, what I want to solve for is the sales price. So we got to split between the firms. I don't know about the other's firm. All I know is Agents Betty firm, Best Brokers LLC, collects 4%. Of the 4% that Best Brokers split, or excuse me, Best Brokers receive, they split their 4%. If they're going to give 60% to Agent Betty, then how much are they going to keep for themselves? I see Mal's move. 40. So the split with the firm of their 4%, their split with the firm is 40-60. All we did is just take what we have in the problem and make it into a visual, turn it into a picture, into our map, so we know what we're doing. Because my X is up top, I'm going to work up the commission math, which means the steps I'm going to take to get there are divide. I know we talked about how the T-bar can be confusing. I do agree. Sometimes I think it's helpful, though, if it helps us see what we need to divide. So play around with it is what I'm saying to you. Figure out which one or which method works best for you. So we got Agent Betty collecting $2,880. I know Agent Betty's commission is 60%. So the first thing we need to solve for is the side. I'm calculating. So instead of working down a tier, I'm working up a tier. And by taking Agent Betty's commission and dividing it what she collects, what we're going to get is the total. And in this case, the total being the total commission collected by the firm. So you take on your not so smart calculator, 280,000 divided by 60%. And we get total commission of 4,800, which is how much the firm collected. By the way, especially when you're working up, this would be a great place to stop and check yourself. If you take 4,800 times 40%, whatever you get, add it to 2,880, if that equals 4,800, you're doing good. So do checkpoints, especially in these multi-step problems. Do checkpoints when you can. So make sure your 40 and your 60 add up. And then we got to go up one more tier, which means I need to divide again. Now I'm going to use the firm's total commission, and they're getting 4% of the sales price. So now what we're solving for, now our X is that sales price. I'm going to have to come over here in my white space. So now we take the firm's commission, 4,800, divide it by 4%. And that tells us the sales price of this property is $120,000. So question comes in, was the 40% for the other firm? No, 40% was for Betty's firm. If Betty's getting 60%, the firm will get 40%. So now I know, let's see, I finished my map. Open that. Questions on this one? There's some working up practice on the online learning system. I'll show you in just a second where it is. I'll show you in just a second where all the extra practice, commission math practice is.
So I did an extra step. I gave the 4,800 to the firm instead of, splitting it with the firm instead of just going up to the 4%.
Okay, so you gave the firm 4,800. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and then when I went back and checked it down, it didn't add up.
Oh, it did? That should
It didn't. No, it didn't.
Oh, it didn't. Okay.
Yeah, but then I was confused on where I went wrong. So
Right. And I think, Kiki, if we, I think working it down is easier. You know what I'm saying? So if we work it down and we can see the steps down, then working up, we're just working in reverse. So when we're working down, we start at the top, we go to the firm. From the firm, we go to the agent split. So now we're just going from the agent to the firm to the top. So making sure we see those steps absolutely is important. Anything else on this one? Again, I'll show you we got plenty of practice. My question to you guys, if you didn't get it right, do you see where you went wrong? Perfect. Perfect. This is how we learn, you guys. I fear sometimes you guys are awfully hard on yourselves. And I fear sometimes when you get one wrong, you chuck your pencil down and say, well, I can't do commission math. Stop and breathe and try it again. I think, and this is just my personal opinion, I think knowing how to calculate your commission is important in the real world. Would anybody else agree with me on that? Please shake your head yes, because your firm is going to calculate your commission. They're going to tell you how much you get, but don't you want to be able to verify that? So whenever you affiliate with your firm, you'll see the compensation plan and you can sit down and figure out your commission. A recommendation I have is figuring out your commission on $100,000 sales price. So that way, if you sell $100,000 house, what you're going to get. If you're a $200,000 home, you're going to get more than that. But I promise you guys, this is truth. Once you guys get out in the industry and you start working, y'all say commission math is hard now, but I promise you, once you get out, that buyer's going to call you and say, I'm interested in 123 Main Street. And while you're still sitting on the phone looking up 123 Main Street and MLS, you'll be calculating in your mind about how much you're going to get paid when you sell 123 Main Street. It's amazing to me to watch agents do this in their head. Some of them can even get to the penny, but at least if you have an idea, so you can verify that it's correct. So I do recommend that. Once you guys see your commission split from your new firm, sit down and figure out your commission so you can make sure it's right. Your admin makes mistakes too. Other questions on this one? The other commission math we introduced you to on Thursday was graduated commission. So you start with the sales price, and again, you're kind of tearing it down. You got, X amount on the first, X amount on the next, and then X amount on any amount over that. So I don't really have a formula for graduated commission. It's just one of those things we just got to kind of throw you in. So I'll let you guys look at this one. This is a new one we hadn't seen yet. Yeah. Let's look at this one. Again, tell me in a private chat, and then we'll work it together. One more minute and then we'll talk about it. All right. A commercial property is listed for $1,750,000. Per the firm's commission policy, brokers are paid 60% of the firm's commission split. The split is as follows. There's going to be 10% on the first 600,000, 7% on the next 400,000, 4% on any amount over that. If the commercial building sells for 1.5 million, how much will the broker working this transaction earn? So with these graduated commission, again, unfortunately, I don't have a problem, but if we work it, I think we can see it. So first off, what do I care about? The list price or the sales price?
Sales price.
Sales price.
Sales price. So there's your distraction, right? I don't care what it was listed for. What I want to know is how much is it going to close for? So we know that it closed, good morning, for 1.5 million. Y'all watch my zeros. I knew what I was getting into when I put all these zeros in, but zeros are fun sometimes. So, so we have a sales price of 1.5 million. And then the graduated commission kind of breaks it down into levels. So it goes on to tell us we got 10% on the first 600,000. So from that 1.5, I need to deduct 600,000 and we're going to pay 10% on that. 7% on the next 400, on the next, 400,000. So then we're going to deduct that as well. And we're going to pay 7% on that. And then 4% on any amount over that. So we have accounted for the first million. We've accounted for 600,000. We've accounted for 400,000. So what do we have left? What's any amount over that?
500.
500,000. And on that, we're going to pay you 4%. Before I go any further, do I have questions so far? So now we need to figure 10% of 600,000, and I'm going to put this down here so we can see it. 10% of 6,000 is 60,000. 7% of 400,000 is 28,000. Yeah. And then 4% on 500,000 is 20,000. So when I add all that up, I have the firm collecting $108,000. Again, let's stop here. I took 600,000 times 10%, 400,000 times 7%, 500,000 times 4%. And then I added those up and I have the firm getting $108,000. Questions before we look at this last step? So now that we know what the firm is getting, now we got to pay the agent. And their brokers are paid 60% of the firm's commission. So the firm collected 108,000. This agent is getting 60%. 60% of 108,000 will be a very nice commission check. But remember, commercial properties are over a longer period of time. If you could sell a commercial property in 30 days and collect $64,800, we'd all be in commercial. All of us. Sounds nice, doesn't it? This thing's going to take a year to 3 at least to close. That's the downfall with commercial. Questions on this one? Graduated commission. Do we see these now that we see them? Again, going sans formula, I know.
So I'm just curious, the 500,000, since that was the balance, you wouldn't need to put a minus there, if we did it.
That's right, Travis, because I just used the minus to deduct this first 600, deduct the next. I mean, really what we could do.
Yep. Okay. All right. Cool.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks.
So we deducted the first 100 or the first million, and then what we have left is 500,000. Okay, so there's 2 types of math in Unit 8. There's commission math. Yeah, did I have a question? There's commission math. There's 2 types of commission math. So there's commission math using the commission map, and then there is this graduated commission, and we got plenty of practice. I'll show you in just a second. The other piece of math in Unit, where are we? Unit 8 is seller net. We need to help the seller figure out how much they're going to net, how much they're going to get when they purchase this home. And again, this is real world versus pre-licensing world. It's a little bit different in the real world. So how we're going to handle it in pre-licensing world, they're going to give us the net. They're going to tell us what the seller wants to collect. They're also going to give us the seller's debits, their expenses, all the money they have to pay to go to closing. With these questions, they're going to ask you, what is the sales price? So we need to know, can I sell the home? What do I need to sell the home for in order for the seller to pay all their expenses and net what they want to? So the T-bar that we're looking at for seller net, and please write that down. This is the T-bar for seller net. The T-bar for seller net gives us our sales price on the bottom left. And when we're doing these problems, that's going to be your X. The seller's rate, I will talk about in just a second. What I need you guys to make a note of is this is the seller's rate. When we're calculating seller net, I need you to put your seller's hat on and think like a seller. The number that goes on top, I'll come back to seller rate. I'll talk about that in a second. The number that goes on top is all of the seller's debits. How much do they owe? How much do they have to bring to closing? Plus what they want to net. Do you guys think it's, I don't think it's every listing I've ever had, but I have had sellers at listing appointments look at me and say, I have to make X amount when I sell this house. If I can't sell this house and put X amount in my pocket, I can't afford to sell. Do you think that's common? I've had that come up a couple years. Sellers want to know what's in it for me. Isn't that what everybody wants to know about? What's in it for me? So if you sell my house for X amount, how much am I going to get? Or I need to get X amount. What can you sell my house for? And that's what we're looking at with these problems. I need to net X amount. What can you sell my house for? Please note, the number that goes on top are all of the seller's debits, all of their expenses, except commission. I will get you paid in 1 second, I promise. But when we're talking about seller's net, we're not talking about through the eyes of the agent, are we? We are talking about through the eyes of the seller. So y'all can't care about your commission first with these problems. Think like a seller. So the number that goes on top is all their debits and expenses and what they want to net. I don't know commission. And even if they did, we do know a percentage, of course. But remember, our commission is based off of the sales price. And what's my unknown so far? The sales price. So I can't calculate your commission with this information, but we can calculate seller net. Do I have everybody so far? By the way, this is the formula. So I do recommend a flashcard or your piece of paper that says formulas on the top. You got to know this in order to answer these questions on the exams. So before we look at a problem, let's first talk about some things that are seller's debits, and then we're going to talk about what's the seller's rate. So as long as you guys have this written down so we can discuss. There are various things that the seller is responsible for paying at settlement. Now we're going to get into all the things that the seller is responsible for paying at settlement when we get into Unit 21. But there's some things in particular that we need to mention. The seller is typically going to be responsible for paying our commission. We'll calculate that in a second. The seller is going to be responsible for paying the deed preparation fee. The attorney has a charge to prepare the deed and get it ready for closing. And this is an expense to the seller. I always remember that this way. When the attorney is getting the deed ready for closing, it's still the seller's deed. So who gets to pay for that preparation? The seller. The other thing that is typically a seller expense is excise tax. We talked about that back in Unit 5. Take that purchase price, divide it by 500, and then round up to the nearest whole dollar. These are things that the seller is typically responsible for paying at settlement. In addition to these things, the seller will also be responsible for their outstanding liens, their outstanding mortgages, any delinquent taxes, if they agree to do repairs. Remember our line of people, our lien priority, all those people standing in line on closing day? It starts with lien priority. They're at the very beginning of the line. And then at the end of the line, you have people involved in the transaction that are waiting to get paid, like, you know, me and you, the attorney, etc. And then after all of us are paid, then the seller is at the very end of the line. I always say if you can remember your alphabet, that's what that's about. You can remember CDE, commission, deed prep, and excise tax. Again, we'll get more into this when we get into Unit 21, but just having this understanding right now so we know how to help the seller calculate their net. The other piece that we need to talk about is that seller's rate. And when we talk about seller's rate, we can talk about pie, not to make anybody hungry, but we can talk about pie. And if the whole pie is the sales price, 100% sales price belongs to the seller. From the sales price, they pay all those people in line with their handout. But hear me, the sales price belongs to the seller. And they use that sales price to pay all those people. Of the 100% of the whole sales price, the seller has agreed to give us a very small piece of their pie. So if the problem tells you that the seller, for example, has agreed to pay you 5% commission, the number that's going to go in the seller rate on our T-bar is going to be the 100% minus whatever the seller has agreed to pay us. The seller's rate is what's left of the pie once they give us that very small piece. So they don't have 100% to pay all their debits and expenses. They're going to give me a piece of their pie, and then they have 95% to pay all their expenses and debits. Seller rate, think like a seller. Give me a piece of your pie, you get what's left to pay all those people standing in line with their hand out. What questions do I have? Okay. Let's see what we got. Tell me in a private chat, look at your formula. Tell me in a private chat what the sales price needs to be. We've got one more minute and then we'll talk about it. Okay. So what do we do first? Actually, before y'all read, why don't you breathe? We tend to see a math problem go, stop, breathe. Once you're breathing normal, then read. Property owner wishes to net $56,500 from the sale of her small building. She needs to pay off her existing mortgage of $115,000, and she's got $12,500 in outstanding liens. The sellers agreed to pay the listing firm a 7% commission. What is the minimum price this property must sell for in order for the seller to net $56,500? Now I'm getting questions about deed prep and excise tax. Let me ask you guys something. Do you see that mentioned in this problem?
No.
Does the problem mention excise tax? Does it mention
No.
deed prep? Then I can't do anything with it. You can only do and always only do what the problem tells you to do. Everybody with me?
Yes.
If it mentions excise tax, debit to the seller. If it doesn't, don't worry about it. Is everybody with me? Can I get some acknowledgments, please? Only and always do what the problem tells you. Never read into it. Okay. So we've read the problem. And I know I'm figuring seller net. I'm going to draw a T-bar. And I don't think I've ever seen one otherwise. But I know more than likely they're going to ask me for the sales price. What does the property need to sell for? Let's start with the number on top. The number on top is all of the seller's debits and expenses and what they want to net. This seller is looking you in the eye and say, sell my small building. And at the end, I need you to at least put $56,500 in my pocket. Does everybody understand what net means? Okay. If you make them less than that after you sell it, you have a dissatisfied client on your hand. So going into this relationship, you know what their end goal is. So we have their net of $56,500. They cannot convey this property until they pay off their outstanding lien, and then they also, I'm sorry, their mortgage, and then they also have an outstanding
56,500, not 56.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And then we also have outstanding liens of 12,500. Thank you for that. So we add it all up, and I get a total of $184,000. This is the seller's debit and expenses, and this is their net. Any questions on how I got the 184? This is not the sales price. This is the seller's debits and expenses and net, everything except commission. We still need to get you guys paid, don't we? We still need to calculate that commission. I can't calculate it of the sales price because I don't know what the sales price is. So how we figure out commission, how we account for a commission is by looking at the seller's rate. If the seller starts with 100% pie being the sales price, and of their pie, they're giving you 7%, how much of that pie is left for the seller?
93%.
93%. And that is the number that goes here. And this is the number that I think is the hardest to see. And I think it's the hardest to see for the main reason is they don't give it to you in the problem. You have to think like a seller. I'm giving you a piece of my pie. I'm going to keep the rest for myself. That is where we calculate our commission. Do I have questions on how we got that 93%? So then the last step is to divide. T-bar tells me back fourth line means divide. So you got 184,000 divided by 93%. What does my sales price need to be? 197. I'm getting 849.46. Some of you were rounding. That's fine. Some of you were close. You're never going to miss a problem by rounding alone. What I mean by that is you're not going to have an answer choice of 197,849 and 187,849.46. The answer choices aren't going to be that close that if you round, if you're a few cents off from me, you'll be able to figure out which one is closest. So what do we have to sell this person's home for in order for them to get 56,500? I've got to sell it for $197,849.46. They have to pay their liens. They have to pay their mortgages. They have a legally binding agency agreement with me to pay me 7%. These are expenses that they have to have. This is what we mean. The seller's at the end of the line. They get whatever's left. Our commission, if you really want to know how much you're going to get paid on this transaction, remember our commission is always figured on the sales price. So now that we know that, if you want to figure out your commission, go for it. You're taking extra steps and you're wasting test time. But if you need to figure that out, that's what we get paid on. The other thing I want to caution you guys about, once we come up with this number, once I know how much I need to sell this house for, again, my only goal, all I care about is getting the seller $56,500. If I sell it less for this amount, it's coming out of the seller's net. If I sell it more, I'm putting more money in the seller's pocket. This is good news, right? But if you have a seller that's adamant about collecting this, no matter if they're adamant or not, I should say, we always need to make sure once we come up with a sales price, that's part of it. Now we need to make sure that this neighborhood, this area can support a sales price of $197,849.46. And this is where we briefly mentioned our comparative market analysis the other day, or our CMA. The CMA will help us determine an appropriate list price. And if you do your CMA and you get a probable sales price and we report in a range for our CMA, so you get a probable sales price of 150,000 to 165,000. Is it going to be hard to sell their house for 197,849.46? Because the market doesn't support that. The numbers don't support that. So before you look at your seller and say, I can sell it for $198,000, no problem. We got to look at more information. We got to look at those CMAs. We got to make sure that it'll support it. Again, more on CMAs coming in Unit 17. Questions, comments? Again, I ask you, if you didn't get it wrong, if you didn't get it right, if you didn't get it wrong, you're good. But if you didn't get it right, do you see where you went wrong? I see heads bobbing. And this is just practice, you guys. You have your formulas. Look at your formulas. Use your formulas until you feel like you can wean off of them. That's why we practice, to wean off those formulas, work out any kinks prior to test day. Questions, comments? Okay. No more math today. We're done with math today. Shoot, we're done with math for this week. That's one good thing about doing it first. We bust it out for the week. All right, so let's go ahead and take our break. When we come back, we're going to finish up Unit 8. We're going to Kahoot, and then we're going to get rolling in Unit 9. So grab your phones. We'll Kahoot. Let's take 10. Let's try some dynamite today. I'm still playing around with sounds. All right, we're back. So cameras are on. And I am taking attendance. And we're going to look at just a few more things here. So Unit 8, this gets us through in Unit 8. This gets us through agency. Do you guys feel like you accomplished something? You should. So Unit 8, those key terms are back at the beginning of Unit 8. Thank you for telling me you're back. I have taken attendance. So those key terms on page 185, you got your key point review on 246. And then you got your student quiz on 251. Guys, please remember, we, in just a matter of minutes, are moving on from agency. You need to go back and keep reviewing it. Because if you don't touch agency until November 15th, or whenever your exam is, you're going to have to start all over. So incorporate this into your study time. How long has it been since you looked at Unit 2, Unit 3, Unit 4? Don't forget, you guys, you got to keep going back. You've always got to review because we keep going forward. So agency 2 through 8, we've covered so far in 20. There's also those math concepts in Unit 8. That's your commission map. It's also explaining SellerNet, the math concepts on page 245. And then those 50 problems in the back of the book. These are the numbers that relate to commission math and SellerNet. So if you want to jot these down, again, these problems in the back of the book, I tend to think of like the 201. So do the end of the unit, do the online learning system. Once you've mastered that, then attempt these ones in the back of the book. They're more tricky, they're more complicated. But I've always heard if you can do those, you should be good to go. Build your way up to it. Build yourself up to it. Good. Do we have these jotted down? Have these numbers jotted down? Okay. The other thing, if we look in the online learning system, under the Unit 8 material, there's all sorts of good stuff in here. I do hope you're looking around. But there's a commission and SellerNet math problems worksheet. And of course, we've also included the solution. So this will help you. There's your commission map played out. Graduated commission is also in here. SellerNet is in here. And then this additional math practice. This is practice those commission problems working up the commission tree. So this will give you practice in dividing the steps. And again, I got the solutions here so you can grade yourself and see how you did. Questions or comments on Unit 8? Y'all want a Kahoot? Let's Kahoot. Get your phones. Let's Kahoot. This is our agency Kahoot. This is Unit 7 and 8. So I'm getting you guys a QR code. So there's your QR code. You can either scan that, put your name in, and hop right in. I think that's the easiest, quickest way to get in. If you're doing the website or the app, you need the game pin. That game pin is 378-4109. I'm okay if you want to use nicknames in Kahoot. I may ask you who you are, but you can tell me in a private chat. Again, if you don't want to play, you don't have to. I'll never force anybody to play a game. So if you don't want to play on your phone, Just at least play in your mind. See how you're doing. Is everybody in that wants to play? If your phone goes to sleep, you'll disappear from the screen. So just keep your phone awake. Ryan? Right. Let's Kahoot. Here is our unit 7 and 8, our agency Kahoot. Read carefully. Question number 1. A broker is permitted to represent both the seller and the buyer in the same transaction when ten seconds. Broker is permitted to represent both in the same transaction. Awesome job, guys. What do we know about dual agency? It is intentionally created with informed written consent by both parties. So once both parties have been informed and they agree to dual agent, then the broker can proceed to represent both parties. Questions on this one? So you got it right the fastest. Out the gate, we got Obs and Anna, Kiki, Yuli, and BJ. Question number 2. Which of the following is true? And I give you more time on this one, so please take your time. Ten seconds. Which of the following is true? The listing agent acts as the special agent of the seller. How much power, how much ability to bind does the special agent have? You can show me. 0. 0. So the special agent is the one that's working with buyers and sellers. May that be commercial, may that be residential. The general agent has some power. They have some ability to bind. The examples of the general agent are the property manager, their agency relationship with the owner. The other example of general agent is your relationship with your firm, the affiliated brokers with their firm. And then the other one we have is universal agent, which that's our purple unicorn, you guys. Remember, this is classifications of agency in a real estate transaction. And the universal agent has full power. They have the ability to bind. So if we think this through, the agency relationship is between the client and whom?
Firm.
The firm. Are you going to give the firm full power of attorney? Are you going to let Coldwell Banker bind you and make all your decisions? No. That's why that universal agent is rare. So we're either dealing with the general agent, specifically or the special agent. And in this case, the one that was true was the listing agent acts as a special agent of the seller. Questions on this one? Okay, let's see what we got. What's our leaderboard look like? Kiki's on top, followed by Victoria D closely and D'Angelo. D is on, Haley Price is on. Grace is our highest climber. She's up 17 places this round. Question number 3, a listing agent knows about a problem with the roof and does not disclose to potential buyers. The agent is guilty of, and again, I've given you more time, so please take your time. Ten seconds. Good job, you guys. The listing agent knows and they do not disclose. What are they guilty of? Did they lie about the material fact? Did they lie about it? Nah, they didn't say anything at all about it, did they? They didn't say anything at all. Thus, they omitted it. They kept their mouth shut. Did they go into this knowing there was a problem? Yes, so that has us guilty of willful omission. With these, I would always stop and ask yourself first, was it a misrepresentation or an omission? Did they open their mouth and lie, or did they not open their mouth at all? Once you determine that, then go back and determine if they knew or not. Was it willful or negligent? Questions on this one? I read it wrong. These are really easy to do, Haley Ann. I appreciate you sharing that.
I always think of it in terms of, did you lie? And I hear your voice saying, or did you keep your mouth shut?
That's what it boils down to, Kiki. If we're going to mishandle a material fact, we're either going to lie about it or we're not going to say anything at all. Now, if you speak it and it's the truth, you did good. That's what we want. What? That's that duty to discover and disclose material facts. If you're doing it wrong, you either lying about it or keeping your mouth shut. Is everybody with me? We always have a duty to discover and disclose material facts.
So the misrepresentation would be if they lied about it?
Correct. A misrepresentation is a lie.
Okay.
An omission means you've omitted it. Other questions about this one? Let's see what we got. Kiki and Victoria are staying on top. Dimples is on the board. Yuli's up. Lo is up. Jen is our highest climber. She's up 11 places. Which of the following statements is true about agency representation? Again, I've given you more time on this one. 10 seconds. Which of the following is true? The BIC and the PB may act as dual agents. The BIC and the PB cannot be designated opposite of each other. So the BIC and the PB cannot be designated. Who can remind me? Dual is about who or what?
The firm.
It is only and always about the firm. So when we're in dual agency, we are all in dual agency. The BIC and the PB can be in dual agency together. They cannot be designated opposite of each other. Once you've been designated, you're no longer in dual. The rest of the firm is, but you've been designated. What questions do I have on this one? So now we got, Grace came up, D'Angel's up, Dimples, Kiki are still on, Victoria D's still on. 5 of you have a combo breaker. 5 of you can have your answer streak. Questions asking me about finding this Kahoot on Kahoot. I don't make my Kahoots available, but what you can do is go back and watch the video because we are recording. So you can see this Kahoot on our YouTube channel when I get it up this afternoon, but I don't know how to turn them on in Kahoot. So, but we have them here. Good. So you can go back and review. Okay. Question number 5, normal time. Working with real estate agent disclosure must be given. Ten seconds. Working with real estate disclosure, agent disclosure must be given. What's wrong with the blue one?
Only sales transaction.
That's what's wrong with the blue one. That's what's wrong with the mustard color one. What's wrong with the blue one?
For substantial contact.
By now, it's too late, you guys. We got to catch them before or at the time of. Let's think about after. You're doing an open house. A buyer comes in and says, hi, I need to buy a house. I need to buy by the end of the year. This is how much I'm willing to pay. This is how much I'm willing to go. This is what I'm pre-approved for. And these are the things that I require. And then you say, well, everything you tell me, I have to tell the seller. We passed for substantial contact, didn't we? We have this duty to stop them from talking. Commission rule says we do it before first substantial contact. But if it sneaks up and bites you in the butt, then we got to be prepared to stop them. That word after is too late. You've just harmed the public. So what we want is consumers in all sales transactions. It doesn't say all, because remember, it's not required for lease transactions. Every single word means something. What questions do I have on this one?
I hate that you can't change the answer after you
In
pick
Kahoot,
one.
I know. At least the good news is in both of your exams you can. But with that being said, y'all don't be changing answers unless you're like 5,000% sure. Just so far what you've done, how many of you have gone back, second guessed yourself, and changed an answer from right to wrong? Come on, where are you? How many of you have done it? Stop it. If you answer it and you know it's C, why are you going back? If you're not sure, those are the ones that you bookmark so you can come back to. Stop going back. More often than not, your gut instinct is correct. And Kahoot doesn't give you the time or the ability to change your mind. I understand that. It's making you think on your feet. Other questions on this one? All right, this might have shuffled things up a bit. Let's see what we got. D'Angel's on top now. Grace is still on. Dimples, Yuli, and Kiki. Sarah's our highest climber, up 7 places. Which of the following is the best example of first substantial contact? And again, you get more time. Ten seconds. Which of the following is the best? Everybody's going to look at you and say, oh, you're in real estate, I want to buy a house. Or, oh, you're in real estate, I want to sell my house. What does that mean? Nothing. People just talk, you guys. Everybody's going to say that. So just because they look at you and say the word house doesn't mean we've hit first substantial contact. Remember, it's that period when the conversation switches gears from the property to the people. That's when we hit that first substantial contact. And with the people in particularly, what we care about is their price, term, and motive. Once they start sharing with me, or I start asking their price, term, or motive, we hit that first substantial contact. What's wrong with the red one?
You can meet anybody, right?
I can meet anybody. Let me ask it this way. When do I disclose my status of being a buyer's agent when I've already been hired as a buyer's agent? Is it at first substantial contact?
Yes.
No.
Oh.
It is at initial contact. Initial contact. When you've already been hired as a buyer's agent and you're running around out there representing your buyer, when you first communicate with a seller or seller's agent, you've got to tell them at initial contact that you represent that buyer. So understanding first substantial contact and initial contact. Questions on this one? So we got D'Angelo staying on top, Grace, Dimples, and Yuli. Victoria came on the board. Shania is our highest climber. Look at her little graduation cap there. Shania is our highest climber this round. Question number 7. A listing agreement may be terminated for any of the following reasons, except. Normal time on this one. Eight seconds. Listing agreement can be terminated for all the following reasons, except if the individual license agent goes inactive, if the individual license agent expires, if the individual listing agent passes away. Remember, the relationship is with the seller and the firm. So if something happens to the individual, the show goes on, you guys, unless it's a one-man show. If it's a sole practitioner, that would be the exception. Selling the property, expiration, of terms, destruction of property, mutual agreement, breach. Those are all reasons why our agency agreement may be terminated. Questions on this one? See what we got. We got some competition going on. D'Angel's still on top. Grace, Yuli's up. Dimples and Victoria are still on. Haley's our highest climber. Her little crown up 5 places. All of the following are typical provisions of a listing agreement, except eight seconds. What we typically see in a provision of a listing agreement. Yeah, see how they like to trick you? What do we say about buyers in a listing agreement? Nothing. The listing agreement is with the seller and the firm. So we're not going to see that responsibility of the buyers. That's in our buyer agency agreement. Questions on this one? This concerns me a little bit. All agency agreements must discuss how I'm going to be paid. Agency agreements are employment contracts. Are you going to get hired to do a job and not discuss your compensation? That's why we have these agency agreements. Questions on this one? Still a little bit, not much movement. D'Angel's on top. Grace, Dimples, and Yuli are kind of flip-flopping back and forth. Victoria D still on. Low is making a comeback. You've gotten 3 in a row, so you have your little fire symbol on your phone. All right, last one. A seller fails to complete the Residential Property Owners Association disclosure statement. The listing broker seconds. Should have given you more time on this one. This is a new question. You guys are vetting it. So now I know we need more time. Somebody's got to go first, right? All right. So seller fails to complete the RPOs, the listing broker. We got all sorts of musts. What does the word must mean? You got to. So the listing broker must, my job when it comes to the Residential Property Owners Association Disclosure Statement Act, my job is to let the seller and the buyer know about their rights, duties, and obligations under the act. So we need to tell the seller their obligation to complete it. What happens if they don't deliver it? What happens is the buyer can terminate for failure to receive this form. I can't make anybody do anything, y'all. I cannot put the pen in the seller's hand and say, we're going to do this. I can't do it for them. All I can do is tell them their obligations, their duties, and their right to cancel under the act. Questions on this one? Let's see, can't the agent deliver the form, but the seller has to fill it out? That's right. So we must inform the seller about the penalty for failing to deliver the form. So ultimately, the seller's responsible for getting it to the buyer. We're allowed to assist in that delivery. So the seller has to complete it. The seller's responsible for making sure that the buyer gets it. That's their obligation. But we can assist in the delivery. Thank you for clarifying that. Other questions? This was a good Kahoot. How did you do? I'm not asking, that's rhetorical. You know how you did. This is agency. Have I been babbling on about 7, 8, 9, and 10? Heavily tested units. So let's see what we got. Final podium. My third place Kahooter is Grace. She crept up on the board. My second place Kahooter is Dimples. And then our first place Kahooter is Angel. Then I got fourth and fifth runners up of Timothy crept up and Yuli. So we had some last minute shifts there. Questions, comments? We got to put agency behind us. Is anybody else agency'd out? You guys aren't done. Okay, one more quick thing. I want to make you guys aware, Winston-Salem Home Builders Association is doing their fall parade of homes. So if you're in the Winston area the next 2 weekends, if you're in Winston or around Winston, you may want to consider checking this out. And I'll put the link to this website in the chat when we go on break in just a minute so you can grab it. But there's 2 weekends. You can see it's free to the public. And there's 2 weekends to go around and look at new homes, new products, builders. This is their opportunity to showcase, to show what they can do. Some of them are further along in construction than others. But again, this is just a good opportunity. A lot of times the builders are there mingling around, so you get the opportunity to meet the builder and talk to him about their product. This also kind of lets us see what the new trends are, like what's popular in the fall, the colors, the designs, the styles, that kind of thing. So I do recommend, and it comes with a little like what do they call it? Like virtual magazine kind of thing that gives you all the properties that are open. There's quite a few this year. We lost, obviously, during pandemic. We lost a lot, but now we're starting to see them come back up. So again, I'm going to put this in the chat. So if you're interested in going the next couple weekends, I encourage you to go check it out, go look at pretty houses, talk to people. It's a great event and it's a great opportunity for the public to come out and meet. If Winston-Salem isn't convenient for you, then you may just want to Google wherever you are, parade of homes. You very well, I know Greensboro does a parade of homes. I do not know their dates, but I'm sure other builders associations around the state do it as well. So I got the link in the chat for you if you're interested in going. I think it'd be fun to kind of go check out. You guys can kind of start to see what's up. Has anybody ever been parade of homes before? A couple of you? Good. It's fun. Like I said, we're starting to see people. We're starting to see attendance. I think last year we only had like 6 properties on the parade. This year we're up to like 20 something. So we're definitely back to normal, whatever that means. So check it out. It could be fun. If you didn't get the link for some reason, just let me know outside of class and I'll be happy to send it to you. Questions? I know we're a little early for break, but the next thing we have to do is start a whole new unit. So I want to go ahead and take a break now. Let's clear our minds, go outside, get a big fresh breath, get you some coffee. Let's clear our minds from agency. When we come back from break, we get into contracts. We'll get into unit 9. So let's go ahead and take 10. still think I like the fireworks, but I'm testing them out. All right, cameras are on. We're back. I am going to take attendance. We are switching gears to two other heavily tested units. 9 and 10 are all about our contracts. Unit 9 is basic contract law. Does everybody see that word basic? Please write that down and circle it. Guys, we're not in law school. We're not here to be attorneys. We're not here to know the ins and outs and completely be able to dissect a contract. However, with that being said, we do use contracts on the regular. We've already talked about our agency agreements. Our agency agreements are a type of contract. We're also going to talk about our sales contract in Unit 10. So Unit 9 is kind of the overall, how does a contract work? So we have that basis. There's so much of this class that I feel is teaching y'all just enough to be dangerous. So don't let this unit think that you can legally interpret or bind or draft contracts for other parties. This is still the job and responsibility of the attorney. The key, the trick to Unit 9 are the key terms. Knowing what these words mean, I would look at the beginning of Unit 9, 255 or 253. That's the key in understanding Unit 9, and that's what we need to know so we know when we need to get an attorney involved. So teaching you just enough to be dangerous. We're going to discuss basic contract law. We're going to talk about the essential elements of a valid contract. We're going to define some contract concepts. So the first thing we need to do, in the first page of Unit 9, 256 or 254, and the first thing we need to do is define what the heck a contract is. And you may not want to write this down word for word because you already have it in your book. Copy and paste. There's no shame in my game. A contract is a legally enforceable promise or set of promises between legally competent parties supported by legal consideration to do or refrain from doing a legal act that must be performed and for which the law provides a remedy if a breach of that promise occurs. Just in the basic definition of a contract, do we see a common theme? What's the word we keep seeing over and over and over again?
Legal.
Yeah. These things are legally binding. They're legal consideration, a legal act. A contract is a legally binding agreement between two people to do or not to do something. Any good contract is going to have the remedy. What if you don't do or do what you promised to do? So our basic definition, this is a legally binding contract between the parties. Contracts need to be voluntary, which means the parties need to enter into them on their own accord. You can't force somebody to enter into a legally binding contract. And thank you. I have taken attendance, and there were quite a few of you not there. So thank you guys for telling me you're back. If you haven't, please do so I can give you credit for this hour. Contracts are voluntarily, which means you cannot force somebody to enter into a legally binding contract. A contract is an agreement or a promise between two parties. These parties must be legally competent. They have to have the mental capacity to know what they're agreeing to. Contracts need to be supported by legal consideration. There are no free promises. So whenever you are entering into a legally binding agreement with somebody, it's got to be in exchange for some kind of consideration. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And it's got to be for a legal act. You cannot have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. Makes sense, right? So in order for the contract to be valid, it's got to be for a legal act. The next couple slides, you guys, we've just started in Unit 9. The next couple slides are defining words. So again, the trick to Unit 9 are the key terms. So let's define some words. And some of these words we've already defined multiple times, but guess what? Here is express and implied again. I believe this is the third time we've seen express and implied. An express agreement, an express contract, maybe it's in writing, maybe it's a handshake. Doesn't matter. What it means by being express is that the terms have been clearly stated. We know what we're agreeing to, whether we're agreeing on paper with a signature or if we're agreeing with a handshake. An implied contract, then, an implied agreement is one demonstrated by the parties' actions. We didn't discuss the terms. We didn't clearly state the terms. We just start acting through the terms of the contract. That's implied. As with agency, implied contracts are never allowed. Everything we do in real estate needs to be expressed, and specifically, it needs to eventually be in writing. Contracts can be unilateral or bilateral. In contract speak, lateral means side. So a unilateral contract means only one side has to perform. A bilateral contract means both sides have to perform. So unilateral is only one side. Bilateral is two. We talked about bilateral with our agency agreements. Those are bilateral contracts. Our sales contract is a bilateral agreement. We do have an example in real estate of a unilateral contract. We will talk about that when we get to the end of Unit 10. A question comes in about an oral agreement. Is an oral agreement guaranteed? And the answer is no. It's got to get past the judge, and I will talk about that in just 1 second. So please bear with me. The contracts are unilateral or bilateral. Contracts can be executed or executory. And executed means it's a done deal. All the promises have been fulfilled. I told you I was going to buy your house in exchange for X amount of dollars. Once I give you X amount of dollars and you give me your house, we've executed. We have fulfilled the sales contract. Executory is a contract in motion. Something still needs to be done before we can fulfill it. Our entire contract to closing process is an executory agreement, an executory contract. You guys have figured out by now that real estate's one of those fun industries that sometimes one word has multiple different meanings. Doesn't that make it a good time? So executed is another one of those words. It could mean that the parties have fulfilled their promises. Executed could also mean that it has been signed. We're going to look at an example, but bottom line, we need to look at our context clues. If we go under contract this morning and I call you, the other agent, and I say, our contract has been executed. Well, there's no way it can be closed. We just went under contract this morning. So what am I telling you? I'm telling you that our contract has been signed. So let's look at an example, those context clues. A seller and a buyer signed, i.e. executed, a purchase agreement creating a legally binding contract. The closing took place 6 weeks later. Prior to closing, the contract was executory, meaning that its terms remain to be performed. Once the contract is complete, then it becomes executed, now meaning the contract terms have been fulfilled. Questions so far? Another thing that comes up with contract law is the validity of a contract, whether or not a contract is valid or not. So I would like you guys to take just a few minutes. If you're going to write fast. I would maybe take a picture, take a screenshot, take a picture with your phone. But we're going to talk about this. So give you just a few minutes to get it in front of you so we can have a conversation. So when we're talking about whether or not a contract is valid, when we're talking about the validity of a contract, it's so important that we know determining whether or not a contract is valid is the judge's job. It's not my job to determine the validity. Remember, we're not in law school. So the judge is the one that gets to determine if the contract is valid or void. Contracts are always and can only be valid or void. And again, the judge gets to determine that. A judge will determine a contract valid if it contains all the essential elements. We are talking about those essential elements next. If the judge says, no, we're missing an essential element, we're missing one of those required ingredients, then the judge will determine the contract void. So first step is determining if the contract is valid or void. How do we determine that? Whether or not we have all those essential elements that we're getting ready to look at. If you're missing one or more essential element, the judge will determine the contract's void. And in a sense, we had no contract to begin with because we didn't have the essential elements needed to create the legally binding contract to begin with. If the judge determines that the contract is valid, then they got to ask themselves a series of questions. A valid contract is more often than not enforceable, meaning it is binding and fully enforceable on a court of law by both parties. The judge is going to look at an enforceable contract and say, you have all the essential elements here. This is a valid contract. If one of you wants out, you will suffer the consequences of breach. The judge could also determine the valid contract is voidable. It can become voidable by one party. This is important. How many parties have the right to make this contract voidable? Just one. The contract is valid, which means there's no problem with the contract at all. It can become voidable because one party walks up to the judge and says, I shouldn't be forced to carry through with the terms of this contract. You cannot make me fulfill these promises. Now, we got several examples of who might make the contract voidable. We'll look at some, but for now, a couple examples might be somebody that was under the influence at the time they entered into the contract. Maybe it's prescription, maybe it's illegal drugs, doesn't matter. They were under the influence. The thinking is their mind wasn't in the right place to make this decision. They go to the judge, they prove they were drunk or high or whatever when they entered into the contract, and the judge may choose to make the contract voidable. Another example of who might make the contract voidable would be a minor, somebody under 18. They can sign a contract, they can enter into a contract, but they can't be forced to complete it. The judge would make it voidable. A valid contract can also become unenforceable. Either party can make it unenforceable. Again, it's valid because all the essential elements are there, but it's unenforceable. The only example I know of that we have with unenforceable is that oral agreement. So somebody asked about, is the oral agreement, is the handshake guaranteed? And the answer is no. If you take an oral contract to a judge, you guys have a problem. Somebody does something they did or did not promise to do. And you take this oral agreement to the judge is going to say, well, what you're telling me, it contains all the essential elements. By the way, to be in writing is not an essential element, as we will see. So the judge will say, well, everything's here. I have all the essential elements. And the people are standing in front of the judge going, but he said this and she said that. The judge is going to say, show me your contract. Show me the paper. You say, well, we don't have one. We just did a handshake. The judge is going to say, then I can't enforce it. It is unenforceable. Either party could go to the judge to make it unenforceable. So again, you guys understand, it's valid because it has all the essential elements. If nobody goes to the judge, it's enforceable and it'll be carried through. If one party goes to the judge, they may be able to make it voidable. If either party go to the judge, they may be able to make it unenforceable. If nobody ever goes to the judge, if the drunk person or the minor never go to the judge, we still have a valid contract. So this could go on to closing. Everybody with me? If nobody ever takes this void contract to the judge, it could go on to closing. It's the judge that gets to determine whether it's valid or void. If it is valid, is it enforceable, voidable, or unenforceable? There's a really good chart in your books on page 258. I like the charts. Old book people, you're on 256. I would like you guys to turn with me to 258, 256, depending on what book you're on. Do you guys see the example under void contract? Talking about somebody that's been declared legally incompetent by a court of law. That is our example for your exams of why a contract might be void. If somebody's been declared incompetent by a court of law, again, the thinking here, those that have been declared incompetent by a court of law usually have a caretaker, a guardian. The thinking is they didn't have the mental capacity to enter into a contract to begin with.
So you said that's voidable or void?
That is void. The contract is void. Also note, you can be declared legally incompetent by the medical profession, but not by the court. If the court has not weighed in, you may be able to make it voidable. If the court has weighed in, you may be able to make it void. The difference here is whether or not the court has interjected their opinion. Questions on this so far? Let's look at an example of unenforceable. Either party can take this contract to the judge and say, I'm not going to continue through with this. So let's look at unenforceable. Steve and Ted orally agree that Ted will sell his home to Steve for $175,000. We have a handshake. Hey, man, you want to buy my house? Yeah, I'll buy it for $175,000. Good deal. But guess what? Neither Ted can enforce the agreement against Steve nor Steve against Ted. They may voluntarily carry out their agreement, but if either refuses, they have no legal remedy. They're going to take this handshake agreement to the judge. The judge is going to listen to them, and they're going to say, oh, that's nice. Show me the paper this is written on. It doesn't have to be an official contract. We could have an agreement on a Subway napkin, but if you have nothing, you have an oral agreement, and oral agreements are not enforced once they're taken to the judge. Questions? Yeah, Phil.
So what happens, again, I know you need a written agreement in real estate. What happens if they tape it orally? They both agree, let's record this, instead of an oral handshake and they go to
Well, I got another law that requires us to put it in writing. So if Steve and Ted shake hands and say, yeah, I'm going to buy your house, they're eventually got to get to a closing attorney to handle all this. And the attorney's going to say, the heck are y'all doing? Let's draft something up real quick. What we need to understand, though, is in writing is not an essential element. I can create a legally binding contract on a handshake. Why? Because it's an express agreement. It's just not enforceable. Other questions? Validity of a contract. All right, let's talk about these essential elements. We talked about, remember when we talked about essential elements of a valid deed? And we said when the judge is trying to determine if a deed, back in Unit 5, if a deed is valid, they're looking for these certain ingredients. So instead of calling them essential elements, let's call these required ingredients. Y'all remember baking a cake? Don't you have to have certain ingredients to bake a cake, like flour and oil and an egg and water? If you're missing flour and you put that in the oven and cook it, you pull it out, you have a big pan of goo, right? You don't have cake. And so when we're determining the validity, the judge is looking for these essential elements, these required ingredients. In order for the judge to determine if the contract is valid or void, we must have legally competent parties. We must have mutual assent. That's a red star. We're going to spend a lot of time on mutual assent. Mutual assent is also referred to as meeting of the minds. Mutual assent is also referred to as offer and acceptance. The parties have to come together and agree to enter into a contract. Remember, it's voluntary. So an offer is made, it's considered, and it's got to eventually be accepted. The valid contract must have legality of object. Again, you cannot have a legally binding contract for an illegal purpose. So if the purpose of which the contract is created is not legal, then you don't have a valid contract. If my drug dealer shorted me on my stash this week, just seeing if you're paying attention, I can't take my drug dealer to court, can I? Like, judge, because it's not for a legal purpose. Drug dealer, by the way. I feel the need to say that. Okay. So the last essential element, and this is the problem topic, you guys. Any legally binding contract has to have some form of consideration. When we think of consideration, what's the very first thing that we think of? And usually the only thing we think of? Money. And you're partly right, but I need you guys to understand consideration is something of value. Is it money valuable? Yes. Is free rent valuable? Yes. Is McDonald's for a year valuable? Yes. Pretend. Is love and affection valuable? Yes. Are 5 goats valuable? There's got to be some form of consideration. And isn't it up to the parties to determine what's valuable? Some of you, when I said McDonald's, you shook your head no. Would that be a good thing to bring to me to the table to enter into a contract with you? If I want a contract with you, I need something other than free McDonald's for a year because you don't see the value in that. Is everybody with me? So consideration is something of value. What is it? It's whatever the parties agree to. And in exchange for this thing of value, you have the act or the promise. Back to our sales contracts. When we look at our sales contract in Unit 10, that sucker is 17 pages now. We added a page in the last update, July. 17 pages in our offer to purchase and contract. And it takes us 17 pages for the seller to promise to sell their home in exchange for the purchase price. 17 pages to say that. I'll sell you my house, you give me X amount, and we're good. That's the whole basis of our sales contract, and we have to have that consideration, something of value. This is all the judge is looking for when they're trying to determine if the contract is valid. So now the question comes up. If it's not in writing, wouldn't it be void? Do you see in writing on this screen? So could a judge make an oral contract valid? Yes, because it's not an essential element. Like I said, I got another law that steps in. We're getting there. I got another act that steps in and requires real estate contracts to be in writing. But this is your contract law 101. Put real estate aside in Unit 9. Questions on our required ingredients. Again, we'll spend more time on mutual assent. We'll spend a lot more time on mutual assent. With this mutual assent, another thing that the judge, they're not just looking, okay, you guys agree. They also want to determine what conditions, what happened to make you agree to this contract. They want to make sure that you voluntarily agreed to accept this contract. And so with mutual assent, another thing that the judge will be looking for is called reality of consent. In order to have a legally binding contract, we have to have mutual assent, which means we have to have reality of consent. With reality of consent, we cannot have duress. Duress is threatening somebody with violence or harm to enter into the contract. If somebody is fearful of their lives or their family's lives, if you don't sign, I'm going to hurt you. They may feel under duress to enter into the contract to save themselves or their families. This makes sense? So now they have a legally binding contract. They take it to the judge and they say, I was under duress. The judge may make that contract voidable. How many people can make it voidable? Just one. If you entered into the contract feeling threatened, now it's more, you got to prove it. You got to satisfy the judge, all that. Also with reality of consent, we can't have undue influence. Undue influence is the threat of mental or emotional harm. I'm not threatening you with violence anymore. I'm speaking to the softer side. Where we see undue influence, I think a great example of this, and this one makes me sad. When family hires a caretaker to take care of their elderly family member, the caretaker may convince the elderly family member to sell them their home. Family finds out and they could claim undue influence. They could claim that the caretaker used their mental and emotional power that they have over this person they're taking care of. If we can prove undue influence, the judge may make the contract voidable. Oops. If we find out that we entered into the contract under a misrepresentation or a fraud, understand misrepresentation and fraud are both a lie. The difference is intent. Was the misrepresentation on accident? The fraud would have been on purpose. Let's say, for example, I own some land. I own 7 acres of land. When I bought it under the impression that it was 7 acres. I was going to save some money, so I didn't have a survey done. And once I bought the land, I didn't do anything with it. I just let it sit. And now fast forward, and I'm ready to sell this land. And I advertise 7 acres. I have 7 acres for sale. I genuinely think it's 7 acres. I have no reason to think otherwise. Buyer comes in, we go under contract, the buyer has a survey done, and lo and behold, there's only 6. We're both shocked. That's misrepresentation. Fraud is when I know I have 6 acres. I know darn well I have 6 acres, and I advertise it as 7. The difference in misrepresentation and fraud is intent. Either one of those could make the contract voidable. If you were lied to, whether falsely or not, you still got the false information, fraudulent or not, you still got the false information. The other reality of consent that we can't have is mistake of fact. The mistake of fact may make the contract voidable. That's going to be the hardest call for the judge to make. They may make it voidable. Something that kind of both parties made the mistake. The fact is right there. So any of these will make the contract voidable. The mistake of fact may make it voidable. That's just harder for the judge to prove. So as long as we have reality of consent, again, that falls with our mutual assent, our meeting of the minds.
Can I get an example of the mistake of fact? I think I'm not understanding it.
I tell you that they're gonna rezone. I heard on the street that they were gonna rezone. And I just based on what I heard from somebody else, I tell you we both proceed thinking they were gonna rezone.
Okay.
I was wrong. You had no other reason to deny me. Again, is that going to make it voidable? That mistake of fact is a lot harder for the judge to prove because is it relevant? Like, would you have bought anyway if you knew it was going to be rezoned or not? Right. So we got to get down to the nitty gritty of it, if you will. But we both just, or either one of us just made a mistake and we both relied on it.
So it's kind of similar to saying misrepresentation.
A little bit. Misrepresentation is more apt to become voidable than mistake of fact. The mistake of fact may make the contract voidable. Misrepresentation. And again, all this has to be proved to the judge. This is where it gets tricky. This is why we need good attorneys and not just Unit 9 in our pre-licensing class. So let's talk about our offer. An offer has to be made, it has to be considered, it has to eventually be accepted. Upon acceptance, the offer becomes the contract. The parties to the offer are referred to as the offeror and the offeree. Remember our ORs and EEs from back in Unit 5. The offeror is the giver of the offer. The offeree is the receivee of the offer. One party is making an offer to another. If we look at this, let's talk about our contract formation wall. And on one side of the contract formation wall, you have the offeror. On the other side, you have the offeree. 9.5 times out of 10, the buyer is going to be the one making the offer for a sales contract to a seller. With that being said, I do not want you guys to speak contract as buyer or seller. It is way too easy to say buyer and seller on your test. What are they going to give you? Offeror and offeree. So I'll ask you guys later this week or next week, who's the offeror? And so many of you are going to want to say buyer. That's not the answer I'm looking for. The offeror is the giver of the offer. The offeree is the receivee of the offer. Again, we got that little chart at the beginning of Unit 5 if you want to go back and review that. So in our example of our contract formation wall, the buyer is making the offer to the seller. The buyer is playing the role as the offeror, the seller's the offeree. Anytime an offeree receives an offer, they always have three choices. They can accept it, they can reject it, or they can counter it. The offeree, hear me, always has three choices. If you accept it, you agree to all of the terms exactly the way they are. If you reject it, it's dead on the table. A rejected offer kills the offer. There is no reviving a rejected offer. Once it's dead on the table, it remains dead on the table forever. The third option that the offeree has then is to counteroffer it. Understand, a counteroffer is a rejection. A counteroffer is a rejection with a but. I'm good with the purchase price. I'm good with these terms, but I'm not good with the home warranty, for example. In order to have acceptance, we have to agree to all of the terms. So a counteroffer gives us the opportunity to say, I'm good with all of these terms, but this, this, and this. In the event of a counteroffer, the roles reverse. The buyer now becomes the offeree, the seller in a counteroffer. The seller receives the offer, the seller counters, the roles reverse. Now the seller is making a brand new offer to the buyer. A counteroffer is a rejection. So the buyer makes an offer, seller says, I'm good with all the terms, but the purchase price. The seller has countered. They've put the ball back in the buyer's court. The seller's the offeror, the buyer's the offeree. In the counteroffer, what are the buyers? What are the offerees? Three choices. They can, let's rattle these off together. They can accept the counteroffer exactly as it is. They can reject the counteroffer, or they can counter it again. Every time you receive an offer, the offeree always has three choices. The rejection and the counteroffer kill the original offer. With a counteroffer, a brand new offer is made. There is no end to how many times we counter. We could counter until the end of time. We won't. We're going to counter until the last offeree either accepts it or rejects it. When we're negotiating, let's bring real estate back in for a second. When we're negotiating, think of, the seller starts up here with the purchase price. The buyer starts down here, right? Each counter hopefully gets us closer and closer and closer together until we reach this point. And we're so close, we're just off by whatever. At some point, the parties have to accept it or reject it. We either got to get what we got, or we thank everybody for their time and walk away. There is no going back with a rejection or a counteroffer. So let me ask you guys a question based on what we know so far. Buyer makes an offer to the seller, offeror makes an offer to the offeree. The seller counters it. So now the seller becomes the offeror, making the offer to the buyer, the offeree. The buyer rejects it. They say, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm going to reject it. Or maybe they counter it. It's a rejection. If the buyer rejects it, let's stick with that. The buyer rejects it. Can the seller come back and say, okay, I'll just accept your original offer?
No.
I see head shaking no, and I agree. Because when you rejected it, you killed it. Once you kill it, there is no getting it back. Now, let me ask you this. Buyer rejects or counters. Then the seller decides they're going to make a brand new offer to the buyer with those exact same terms. Is that allowed?
That's allowed.
That's allowed. You can't go back and revive what you killed, but you can make a brand new offer with those exact terms. So the seller makes the same offer they did yesterday, the same offer that the buyer rejected, the same offer that the buyer gave them, I should say, the same offer that the buyer gave them. What are the buyer's three choices? They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. There's a reason I'm asking you guys to rattle through these with me again and probably 10 more times before we're done today. What are their three choices?
Accept, reject,
it,
and counter.
Reject it. That's right. And counter. This is our introduction to contract formation. We're going to see this again. We're going to talk more about this. We're just getting words down for right now. We will see this specifically when we get into our offer to purchase and contract in Unit 10. We'll see that better play in motion. You guys set your private chats. I got a question for you. Back in Unit 5, we met in ACT. And the ACT says there's certain documents that have to be recorded in order to be enforceable. Remind me in a private chat, what was that ACT? The ACT says there's certain documents that have to be recorded so that they are enforceable. And the ACT has a name. And all of us don't have time to go back to Unit 5 right now. I love the question marks. So the ACT, yeah, I never spell it right either. The ACT is the Connor Act. You guys remember Connor? Now you do, right? Connor says there are certain documents that have to be, hear me, recorded. Connor is about recording. Why don't you guys write that down for me real quick? The Connor Act is about recording. We're going to talk about another act. I don't know. It's in Unit 5. Somebody wants me to spell it. It's C-O-N-N-O-R or E-R. I'm not sure. It's in Unit 5. O-R, I think. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I do math. I don't spell. So Connor says there are certain documents that have to be recorded. I'm getting ready to introduce you guys to another act that runs parallel with Connor, but it does something different. And we need to know the differences. So we're going to do a side-by-side comparison. So everybody have it written down that Connor tells you have to record. And the reason you have to record is so it's enforceable. That's what Connor's about. Now let me introduce you guys to the statute of frauds. The statute of frauds says that there are certain documents that have to be in writing and signed. Why? So that they are enforceable. Both Connor and statute of frauds say we do these things to make the documents enforceable. Connor says we record it to make it enforceable. Statute of frauds says we put it in writing and sign it to be enforceable. The North Carolina statute of frauds also gives us a list of things that must be in writing, things that they require to be in writing. And this does include our sales contract. You got the essential elements of what a judge is looking for, and then you got the statute of frauds. In your books, old book people, you're on page 259. New book people, you're on 261. And you can see there that second paragraph There's a list of these documents that statute of frauds says we want these in writing and signed. So statute of frauds says that our deeds need to be in writing and signed, not the judge, the statute of frauds. Contracts for sale, mortgages, options, easements, leases, any leases more than 3 years has to be in writing. Please note that says more than 3 years. A 3-year lease, statute of fraud says you don't have to have that in writing. 3 years and 1 day, now statute of fraud says we have to have that in writing.
What page will that be on again?
261 and 259 or 259. Old book, new book. Please have somewhere on your paper that we can see the differences between Connor and statute of frauds. That is a problem topic on your exams all day long. Connor says you have to record. Statute of fraud says it has to be in writing and signed. Both are to be enforceable. There's another act that deals with our contracts. The other act is called the parole evidence rule. Question comes in, statute of fraud and Connor, the main difference is one is signed and the other is not. No. You can't record it if it's not in writing. That's why they're parallel. Connor says it's got to be recorded. How do you record it? Because the statute of fraud says it's in writing. The purpose of both is to make them enforceable. The parole evidence rule says that the final written word in the contract is going to prevail over any previous negotiations or advertisements. So if you advertise something and it doesn't make it to the final written word, it doesn't count. If you negotiate something, but it doesn't make it to the final written word, it doesn't count. Let's run an example. We'll remember that the refrigerator is personal property. It's not a fixture, it's personal property. So buyer and seller are negotiating. When the seller lists their home, they told their agent and their agent advertised, we would leave the fridge with an acceptable offer. An acceptable offer comes in, buyer and seller negotiating. A buyer says, y'all are going to leave the fridge, right? And the seller says, oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Fridge is going to stay. We're all in agreement based on the advertisement and our negotiations. But guess what? The agents don't put the fridge in the contract. Now, my question to you, shake your head yes or no. Is the seller legally obligated to leave the fridge? And I'm seeing head shake no, and I would agree. Why are they not legally obligated? They advertised it, they promoted, they talked about it, but it never made it in the final written word. And that's what the parole evidence rule says. The final written word will prevail.
May I ask you one quick question?
Please.
The Connor Act must be recorded to be enforceable. So just so I'm clear, does it have to be in writing? No, it doesn't, because it's just being recorded, correct?
You can't record it at the courthouse if you don't have it in writing. And that's why they run parallel. So statute of fraud says you have to put it in writing. Connor says, great, it's in writing. Let's run on down to the courthouse and get it on. They run parallel, but they say two different things.
Okay.
And that's what we need to focus on, are those two different things. Yep. Other questions so far? Never have I heard that before. It's not just me that's twisted, y'all. Somebody said, let's just go back to math. And trust me, if it were up to me, but it's not. All right. So, contract verbiage, understanding words that we see in the contract. And some words you're going to see in the contract, you will see it in our sales contract, is the verbiage called time is of the essence. Time is of the essence is a drop dead date and time. There's some performance that must be complete by this date and time. If it's not, then the non-performing party is in breach. And there are a couple things when we look at our contract in Unit 10, we're going to see time is of the essence twice, which means the parties have to perform by this drop dead date and time. So time is of the essence. Something's got to be done. You guys still got your private chats set? I got another question for you guys. Remind me in a private chat, if you're going to amend something, what does an amendment do? We talked about zoning amendments back in Unit 6. If you're amending something, what are you doing? Leanne? So contracts can be amended, which means contracts can be changed. Even if we've already agreed, we have a signed offer to purchase and contract. We can enter into what I refer to as round 2 of negotiations. Anything legal is always negotiable. The day of settlement, we could amend the contract if we wanted to. So once we're locked in, we're only kind of locked in. The parties could agree to change it. They could agree to amend it. I want you guys to compare an amendment to an addenda. An addenda is defined in Unit 10, but we start talking about these things well before then, so I'm throwing it in now. When you guys see the word addenda, I want you to see the word add. An amendment changes, an addenda adds to and becomes part of the offer, and upon acceptance, becomes part of the legally binding contract. We already discussed one addenda. Back in Unit 20, we talked about our lead-based paint and lead-based paint hazard addendum. If the property was built prior to 1978, attached to the offer to purchase and contract is going to be the lead-based paint addendum. So again, just defining words. An amendment changes, an addenda adds to and becomes part of it. Questions so far? All right, let's take a break. Come back in 10 and we'll keep going in Unit 9. Welcome back. That seemed like a long 10 minutes, or is that a fast 10 minutes?
That one was kind of long. I like
that one was kind of long. I kept coming back, Kiki, going, surely it's got to be time. You know, I spent more time running back and forth this break. That's all right. That's all right. All right. So cameras are on and I can see you. So I am taking attendance. And we differentiated between an amendment and addendum. Again, you guys will see addendum defined in Unit 10, but by the time we get there, we've already talked about them. So I figured it would have best place is to define it now, and so we can be able to compare an amendment versus an addendum. We have several forms that will amend a contract. We'll talk about those. We also have some that we can add to. So submitting the offer or preparing or writing the offer on behalf of your clients is very rarely just the 17-page offer to purchase and contract. We're often adding to, depending on the situation. So we're going to talk about some commonly used addenda when we get to Unit 10. Not all of them, because there's a cajillion of them, but we'll talk about some commonly used addenda when we get to Unit 10. Other words to make sure we understand as we understand basic contract law. Whether or not a contract can be assigned. An assignment is the transfer of one's rights and duties to another party. If you're assigning your contract, then you are changing out the people, or the person. All the terms stay the same. The only thing that changes is the name of one of the parties. The assignor is the giver of the assignment. The assignee is the receiver. The assignee is the one that is taking over the rights and obligations of the contract. If a contract can be assigned, it must be spelled out in the contract. So whether or not a contract can be assigned, whether or not you can give your rights and duties to somebody else, would be spelled out in the contract. Question comes in, would that be an amendment? Don't merge the two. An amendment changes the terms of the contract. An assignment changes a person of the contract. How many of you where are my homeowners on the call? I think a great example of an assignment, my homeowners on the call, when you bought your house, maybe even before you got your keys, your lender sold your loan. Maybe not that fast, but within the first couple of weeks or something. Many lenders assign the loan, which means they sell your loan to another lender. All the terms stay the same. Your interest rate stays the same, how much you owe, when it's due, all the terms stay the same. The only thing you're changing is the name of one of the parties. In that case, it's the name of the lender. We're going to talk about why lenders sell your contract or your loans. We'll talk about all that. After 10, we get into financing. So 14 and 15 are financing units. You may also come across in a contract, basic contract law, a novation. When you see the word novation, see the word new. If you are doing a novation, you are substituting a new contract for an old contract. Maybe the old contract has been countered so many times, crossed through, rewrite, initial, date. Maybe the offer has been changed so many times. You'll want to do a novation. You'll want to substitute a nice clean contract with all the agreed upon terms for that old one that you can't read. Always keep all contracts, whether you do a novation or not, keep everything, the old and the new. I actually had a personal experience with a novation. There you go. I had a personal experience with a novation a couple years ago. And I was so excited because I was like, yay, I have a good story for pre-licensing. So I was the listing agent several years ago, and my seller was an investor. So his job, what he did for a living, was buy a house, flip it, and then turn around and sell it. So I got in the picture when he was ready to sell and we listed it and we went on the market and we had an offer come through. And the buyer was getting or going for an FHA loan. And I didn't know this at the time. We live and we learn, right? One requirement, you don't need to know this. One requirement of FHA loan, owners have to own the property for 90 days before they can contract to get FHA approval. Y'all know when we signed our contract, my seller had owned it for 89 days. We were close, but it wasn't the required 90. So the lender kicked it back. She said, look, this is never going to pass through underwriting because you're not within that 90-day window that he owned it. So we had to sit still and be patient until the next day, in which case we could do a novation, substitute the old contract yesterday with the new contract today. And that is what we submitted to the lender for that approval. The dates match. So all we did was just substitute a new contract for whatever reason, a new contract for an old contract. Again, just understanding contract words. Contracts can also be discharged or terminated. When the purpose of the contract has been fulfilled, full performance will discharge a contract. Let's step back for a second and talk about our offer to purchase and contract. Remember what we just said. The seller promises to sell in exchange for the buyer paying them X amount. 17 pages to pretty much say that. Seller sells, buyer pays X amount. Once that has happened, once the seller sells and the buyer pays X amount, we have performed the terms of the contract. Thus, our contract has been discharged. We have nothing left to do with each other. We are done. It has been fully performed. If one party can't perform, it's impossible for them to perform as promised. That would discharge. That would terminate a contract. Instead of discharge, let's write terminate. I think that word is a little bit easier to understand. So you go under contract. The buyer has a pre-approval letter from the lender. Understand now, a pre-approval is still no guarantee. So we go under contract with a pre-approval, but then we find out the buyer's not going to get loan approval. Is it possible for them to buy this home? Unless they got a mattress stuffed full of cash somewhere. If they can't get the money from the lender, then it's impossible to perform. It's impossible for them to do their part. Remember what the buyer's part is? Give the seller X amount. And if they can't, then it's impossible for them to perform. That will terminate the contract. Mutual agreement will terminate the contract. Remember, the parties agreed to enter into the contract together. So the parties agree to let each other go if they want to. They can mutually agree. Operation of law, if the judge takes the property for any reason, it's no longer the seller's to sell. And that would terminate our contract. The judge may take the property for foreclosure, eminent domain, adverse possession, whatever. If the judge takes the property, operation of law, and then breach of contract of either party. Any good legally binding contract is going to have what happens if either party does or doesn't do that they promised to do. If they don't do what they promised to do, they are in breach, and the contract has to spell out those consequences of breach. Piggybacking off of the mutual agreement, as we said, the parties can agree to release themselves. They could agree to do a novation, to substitute a new contract with new terms. They could agree to modify their agreement. Accord and satisfaction is partial acceptance. Maybe I promise you when you buy my house, there will be all Whirlpool appliances, brand new. How about that? Brand new Whirlpool appliances in the kitchen. And I go to the Whirlpool appliance store and they are fresh out of dishwashers. So now I got to go get a Samsung dishwasher. That would be accord and satisfaction. I couldn't do exactly what I promised, but I could get you something close enough. And then cancellation, y'all, this is old school way of doing it. Back in the day before like the fancy internet and all that, if the parties wanted to cancel, they would actually take the paper, take their red pen on it and write cancel. And that would be another way to terminate. So again, this is all just piggybacking off of full assent or mutual agreement. They agree to enter into the contract together. They can agree to discharge. They can agree to get out.
So is accord and satisfaction the same thing as substantial performance?
That partial performance. So Kiki, when I say, look, I know I promised you Whirlpool, the contract says Whirlpool, but all I can do is give you Samson. You now have a decision to make, right? Because I can't perform as I promised. Y'all be careful about using brand names. I'm just going to leave it at that. If I'd have just said, Kiki, I'm going to give you a dishwasher, I'd have been set. But I specifically promised a Whirlpool. Does that kind of make sense? Be careful those promises you make. With contracts, the judge, the courts have offered us just some general rules for that, how they interpret the contract. And if the judge gets the contract in their hands, some things that they're looking for, the judge is going to interpret the contract as a whole. So not only do you have the sales contract, but you have all applicable addenda, you have seller disclosures. All that is considered the contract. You can't piecemeal it. The judge is going to interpret words per their ordinary meaning. Y'all have figured out by now in real estate, we have our own language, don't we? I got y'all speaking broker already, whether you know it or not. Guess what, you guys? Our broker speak, our broker language doesn't belong in a contract for our buyers and sellers. They're not realtors. They're not brokers. They don't speak broker. So when we're filling in the terms on behalf of buyers and sellers, we need to make sure we put words in there that they know. Any ambiguous term, anything that's unclear, isn't definite, is going to be interpreted against the party that put it in there. So again, you guys, words matter. And that also applies to when you are filling out a sales contract on behalf of your buyers and sellers. And so the judge is going to look at how it was written, who wrote it. You and I have more knowledge than the average buyer or seller. So we have a duty to make sure that we're completing these contracts on their behalf in a way that they understand them. Don't speak broker when you're filling out forms. As mentioned, any good contract has to have the provision, what if either party does or doesn't do what they promised to do? What if either party breaks their promise? So contracts are going to have remedies for breach. And I got several different types of remedies. What you're looking here are money remedies. Somebody's going after somebody for some money damages. Compensatory damages, the non-breaching party is going after the breaching party to make themselves whole again. What money did you spend as a result of this contract? Did you pay for an inspection? Did you have an appraisal done? And then the seller breaches? The buyer could go after the seller for compensatory damages to make the buyer whole again. With compensatory damages, you can prove that you spent this money. Think invoices, receipts, bank stubs. You can show that you spent this money. Compensatory is not going after anything other than the money to make me whole again. You can't go after pain and suffering. Doesn't fall under compensatory damages. The best example we see compensatory damages is in the event of the seller breach. If the seller breaches, if they don't do what they promised to do, the buyer can say, again, I spent all this money on my inspections. and now you breach, I want my money back. And if the seller's not willing to sit down and write a check and deliver that to the buyer, then the buyer can take them to court. I'll come back to liquidated in just a second. Let's skip to consequential. Consequential are special damages. So things that they kind of go above and beyond the contract itself. Something happened that there's no way, I can't predict the future. Something happened and it happened. So now we got to get some damages, some money damages. When we look at our contract, for example, we're going to see that the buyer is responsible for any damage made to the property by their home inspector. So the buyer hires a home inspector to come in and inspect the property. And if the home inspector damages the property for any reason, the seller can go after the buyer for consequential damages. Even if the buyer terminates, the seller can go after the buyer. They're not in the contract. It's not foreseen, but guess what? It happened. So somebody, the injured party, should be awarded consequential damages. Again, if we're not willing to sit down and write each other a check, then the injured party has, or the injured party has to take the other party to court for consequential damages. Yeah.
So an agent as well, while you're showing a house, if the agent of the buyer's agent breaks something in the house, they can also be responsible. It just happened to my brother.
Yeah, because it says that the buyer's responsible for all of their people in the home. So the home inspector was just, so yeah. Now the buyer could come after us if they really wanted to, right? You can sue anybody for anything. But yeah, the buyer's responsible for the people that they bring into that home. And if you damage it, now again, we may have to go to court to hash this out. Was it already damaged? Or did I come in and damage it, right? There's two different questions here. So was it on the verge of breaking and I broke it? Or was it fine and dandy and I threw my fist through it and it accidentally broke, right? This is what the judge is going to determine. Yeah.
So it's funny. I just told my brother, he has Ring and you can see the videos. My brother also, I told my wife this last night, he leaves his audio on. And in his case, in the picture of the agent that came in with the buyer, said out loud, "Oh my God, I just broke this." And
what do we know about audio?
It's illegal.
So you brother better be careful before
I know
with that.
I know.
Read the listing agreement.
Yeah. So, but like you said, the real world and not real world. So.
Well, the real world, the listing agreement is the real world.
Yeah.
I didn't make that up for pre-licensing. So, and if your brother's in North Carolina, that's the same form he's using. In another state, he needs to look at his listing agreement.
I thought the audio was just, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I thought the audio was just illegal for like showings. Not
no, you can't have audio. You can't record somebody's audio without their permission. So the only reason a seller could have audio is if they have the people they're recording permission.
Okay. Even like the inspectors and okay.
Yep. The one I skipped was liquidated damages. And the reason I skipped it is because this one, we shouldn't have to take each other to court. It's already spelled out in the contract. Liquidated damages are money damages that we agree to at contract formation. So for example, when we get into unit 10, we're going to talk about something called an earnest money deposit. We're going to talk about something called a due diligence fee. The parties have to agree to those amounts as part of agreeing to the contract. Liquidated damages are the seller's recourse in the event of the buyer breach. And we shouldn't have to go to court because the buyer's already agreed. Yeah. If I terminate, you're going to get X amount. Liquidated damages. So these are money damages. There's some other contract remedies that don't involve money. Another contract remedy is to sue for specific performance. Where we're going to see this is the buyer suing the breaching seller. So the seller breaches. They said, yep, I can't sell you my house, or I won't sell you my house as promised. The buyer has some choices that is spelled out for us in our contract. We will see that. But one of their options is to sue the seller for specific performance. And if they win, the judge could make the seller perform. What was the seller's duty? What was the seller's obligation? What's their job in this contract?
To sell.
To sell. And if they all of a sudden change their mind and say, yeah, no, I'm not going to sell, buyer sues for specific performance, and guess what? If they win, the judge could make the seller sell. They could make the seller perform. Again, where we see this is the buyer suing the breaching seller. Make them perform as promised.
This is the judge making them perform as
That's
promised.
correct. Yep, we're suing for it. My real estate license, unfortunately, I wish I had that kind of power.
Do you see this one a lot, Julie?
No, I've never personally seen this, but I've heard of it. You know, if I were a buyer's agent and the seller says, yeah, no, I'm not selling, my buyer says, what do I do? Buyer, we're going to see our contract spells out. The buyer has a choice. You can either go after them for money, or you can go after them for specific performance. So I'm a fact finder. So I'm going to say, buyer, here are your choices. But if they want to go for specific performance, they may not get money. They're going for the property, not money. Does that make sense? And I think if we're going to go through, or if they're going to go through all this, to me, it comes down to this is the ideal location. They don't want to live anywhere else other than there's something about this property that's drawing them. So if this happens, we're just going to have our buyers and sellers talk to their attorneys, see how they can proceed. Another contract remedy is a rescission. If you're rescinding your contract, you're taking it back. If you put down any deposits, you'll get your money back. If you rescind it, you take it back, and both parties go about their lives as if it never happened. Private chat. Everybody ready? Who can remind me how many days the buyer has to rescind their contract in a timeshare? How many days does the buyer have to rescind their contract in a timeshare? Anybody in? What do I remember about timeshares? 5, 5, 5, 10. Jazz hands. So we know it's either 5 or 10, right? Which one is it? 5. In a timeshare, the buyer has 5 days to rescind their contract, which means they take it back. If they put down any deposits, they'll get their money back. Okay, for the rest of you, how many days does the buyer have to rescind a contract for a new construction condominium? I'm seeing hands. I'll take it. Chat's coming up. Yep, we got it. There's 7 days in a new construction condominium. There's 5 in a timeshare. There's your refresher from Unit 2. If you rescind your contract. The other thing under this section that's not really a remedy, but it's something we need to be aware of, is something called the statute of limitations. This isn't specific to real estate, you guys. Statute of limitations says that there's a specific period of time that you have to sue somebody. And when the statute of limitations is run out, you've lost your right to sue. Now, I don't have specific timelines for you guys. I don't know the answer to these questions, how long. What I do know is if you're going to sue somebody, you better do it sooner rather than later. Because once that statute of limitations, and your attorney will help you with that. But once that statute of limitations runs out, you've lost your right to sue. Questions on contract remedies? All right. Attorney hats off. We're not going to act like lawyers now because we know. So what's all this mean for us? When it comes to us and contract, basic contract law, I cannot draft. I cannot edit. I cannot delete. That is the job of the attorney. The only thing I'm allowed to do, the only thing, that's right, the only thing that my real estate license allows me to do is fill in the blanks on the pre-printed forms that are provided to me. We looked at our agency agreements. Those are pre-printed forms. What am I allowed to do with the agency agreements? Fill in the blanks. We're getting ready to look at our sales contract, another pre-printed form. What am I allowed to do? Fill in the blanks. So you guys, as a real estate agent, as a broker, and guys, this is another one of these things. Somebody just said in the chat, stay in your lane. Absolutely. Buyers and sellers are going to ask you because we're a heck of a lot cheaper than an attorney. It's not their job to know my job. That's my job to know my job. So when your buyer and seller looks at you, they may even hand you the red pen and say, just fix this for me, or just change this, or just edit it. I already got some of you shaking your heads no. Good. Keep up with that. Guys, remember old car. I follow my clients' lawful instructions. Asking a non-attorney to draft is not following lawful instructions. Y'all ready for me to throw a wrench in this? The parties to the contract can draft, amend, edit, delete. Who are the parties to our sales contract?
The firm.
Not the sales contract.
Oh, the buyer and seller?
Buyer and seller. So in our sales contract, can the buyer and seller pick up their red pen and delete and add and edit? Yeah, they can. Just because they can doesn't always mean that they should. If you have your party wanting, oh, this provision doesn't mean anything to us, we're just going to cross it out. Whoa, 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 whoa. We, as the agent, always need to make sure that we're advising them to talk to an attorney. Non-attorneys don't know the consequences of adding or deleting or editing. There may be a provision a couple pages down the contract that is affected by this change that you made. So the parties to the contract can. That doesn't mean that they should. We should always advise everybody to talk to an attorney. So with that being said, what if you were buying a home for yourself personally? You're not only acting as the buyer's agent, but you're acting as the buyer. As the buyer, can you pick up your pen and edit, draft, and delete? Yeah, because you're a party to the contract now. You are the buyer. But just because you can does not mean that you should. Remember, you guys, once you get your license, you're held to a higher standard. And that applies when you're buying or selling for yourself personally. So the objection here would be to call an attorney. Just because the parties can draft doesn't mean that they should. What question? I told you I was throwing you a wrench. What questions do I have on that?
Miss Julie, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's not regarding this, but it's about an easement.
Okay.
So, okay, so an easement is where you can drive through your property, basically using the road to get to your property. But can you park let's say your parking spot is on your neighbor's property, right? Or your neighbor's vehicle is on your property. The line is on the other side, but is it legal for them to park their vehicle, make your property as their parking spot?
I mean, I can't really answer that, and that is, but I mean, I guess the answer is it depends. If we created an easement, if an easement's been created, then no, it's not legal. You got to give them permission, and that's what an easement does. You're giving permission to use your land. Without an easement, they don't have that permission.
Yeah, that's what I thought so too. Someone was arguing with me with that.
Well,
So-
remember, you're not an attorney, you're not an agent yet, so just be careful. Yep. Okay. Our responsibility with contracts. Is everybody good with this? I need you guys reminding yourself, I am not an attorney unless you are. Is anybody on this call an attorney? If your hand's up, keep it up for 1 second. I have never in my teaching career had an attorney in pre-licensing. One day it's going to happen, and I cannot wait. But it doesn't look like that day's today. Okay, so it's safe to say we are not attorneys, thus we cannot draft. Questions about this? The last little piece in Unit 9 is the only other thing we have to say about auction sales. We brought up auctions when we were talking about a working with real estate agent disclosure. We said the auctioneer is not required to do the disclosure with the seller. This is the only other thing we have to say about auctions in this class. With the auction sales, the auctioneer is actually duly licensed. They have a real estate license. They also have an auctioneer's license. And because of their duly license, because of their ability, their authority as an auctioneer, they can bind the seller. So in other words, when that gavel comes down and the auctioneer says sold, congratulations, folks, we're under contract. Now, obviously, the next step is going to be to put that thing in writing. But until then, the seller is bound by the auctioneer. That's what makes this type of sales unique. The auctioneer may also have a crier. A crier is the one that does the bidding. You know, the one that speaks really fast that you can't understand. He's going, hey, I got a bid over here. That guy's the crier. They have to have an auctioneer's license. They don't have to have a real estate license. So they're just crying. They're just calling the sale. The auctioneer is binding the seller. Auctions can either go with reserve or without reserve. An auction with reserve means that the seller has the right to stop the bidding if they're not satisfied with how it's going. So if the bid starts low or if the bid's not where they want it to be, the seller has the right to say, no, stop, we're not doing this. An auction without reserve then means the seller gets what they get. Again, you guys, please hear me. When it comes to auctions, I want you to put these in a totally separate bucket. And don't even think about an auction sale unless the question specifically says something about an auction. These don't even exist unless it's brought up in the question or one of the answer choices. Is everybody good with that? Questions? One more thing, and again, this actually comes up in Unit 10, and I always forget about it, so I had to put it somewhere so I remember to talk about it. So I'm going to fast forward just a bit. In Unit 10, we got to talk about what this word contingency means. If something is contingent, then it's dependent on something else. I can't do B if we don't first complete A. If A never gets completed, then I'm not contractually obligated to do B. Examples of contingencies that we may see in real estate. I cannot buy your house if I first can't get a loan. I cannot buy your house if I first don't sell mine. With these contingencies, I don't have to buy your house. I'm not contractually obligated to buy my house if this other activity doesn't happen. Once I do sell mine, now I'm contractually obligated to buy yours. So the contingency puts a little on the condition that I will buy your house on the condition that I sell mine. If I never sell mine, guess what? I'm not on the hook to buy yours. And this is what we need. We need to understand what a contingency is, which is why I put it in Unit 9. But what we really need to understand about contingencies, when we get into our sales contract has no built-in contingencies. There are no contingencies. So if we go under contract and you don't get loan approval, we have to terminate. If we go under contract and you don't sell your house, we have to terminate. There are no built-in contingencies. Shake your head, yes or no. Can the parties agree to add a contingency? See head shaking, yeah. The parties can agree to anything. So could we agree to add a contingency? If I don't sell my house, I'm not contractually obligated to buy yours. Absolutely. And this is why we need to know what that word means. Again, a little bit more on that when we get to 10, but I just wanted to define it now because to me it's in a weird place. And that gets us through Lawyer 101. Y'all ready to run out and start practicing law? No. Y'all know first-year law students spend probably an entire semester on what we call Unit 9. They do a deep dive. We just blew through it an hour and a half. We just need the basics. We need to know what the words mean so we understand how these things work as we're the ones dealing with them on the regular basis. So the trick, the key to getting Unit 9 are those key terms back on page 255 or the beginning of Unit 9. Your key point review on 266. And then your student quiz on 268. Know the key terms. I don't care if you have to put all of these on flashcards. Makes no difference to me. Know what the words mean in Unit 9. Questions? All right, now we know how contracts work. So let's look specifically at our sales contract. Unit 10 is looking at a specific document. We're going to talk about our sales contract. We're going to talk about Unit 10 is a good in North Carolina unit because the contract we have in North Carolina, not all states use. The terms, the provisions we have, all states are different. So in Unit 10, we're going to our roadmap. We're going to talk about the most commonly used offer to purchase and contract, which is standard form 2T. We're going to talk about some sales contract procedures. And then at the end of Unit 10, we're going to talk about some alternative land methods. Not all properties are sold in the conventional seller sells and buyer buys. There's some alternations. There's some different methods we could use to convey property. And we're going to talk about what those different land conveyance methods are at the end of Unit 10. So the offer to purchase and contract, our sales contract. Understand a few things first off. Our pre-printed forms come from NCAR. What is NCAR, you ask? The North Carolina Association of Realtors. NCAR is the state level of the National Association of Realtors. So you have National Association of Realtors, you break it down to a state level, and this is our NCAR. And the biggest thing, amongst many other things that NCAR does for us, they provide us with the pre-printed forms that we're allowed to use on a regular basis. The agency agreements we looked at came from NCAR. Specifically, our offer to purchase and contract is standard form 2T. You do not need to know the 2T, but sometimes it helps for reference. When you guys get your license and you get out in there, you're going to see that NCAR has hundreds of pre-printed forms for us to use. So sometimes knowing the numbers of the ones that you use the most often, like for example, 2T, can make it easier to find. 2T is the most commonly used sales contract in North Carolina. Make sure you see this. Does that say that's the only sales contract I can use as a broker? Is that what that says? No, it says it's the most commonly used sales contract. We as brokers are free to use any sales contract, whether NCAR did it or not. As long as it was drafted by an attorney, because we can't draft, and it meets the certain standards of Commission Rule A.0112. You don't need to know what's in A.0112 yet. All you need to know is A.0112 gives us the standards that are required if a broker is using a non-NCAR form. If you're using NCAR, you're fine. If you're using a non-NCAR form, you need to make sure it meets these standards and it's drafted by an attorney. It's not uncommon, for example, for builders to use their own sales contracts. Builders will go to an attorney, they'll have one contract drafted, and that's their preferred contract. It's not an NCAR form. But as a buyer's agent, I can assist my buyer in completing that contract because it meets this rule and it was drafted by an attorney. Guys, that's a problem topic. So many times after the test, you guys come back and say, but I thought we were only allowed to use NCAR forms. What do you think? Can we use something else? Yes. What we look at with NCAR are the most commonly used forms. Again, just a couple things for reference here. There's 58A.0112. That's the requirements. The other one, 58A.0111, that's the commission rule that prohibits us from drafting. So it's not just a don't do this, it's a daggone commission rule. Again, you don't need to know the numbers. I just have them here for reference and to let you know I'm legit. So with the sales contract, remind me, who did we just say were the parties to the sales contract?
Buyer and the
Buyer and
seller.
the seller.
Buyer and seller. Did anybody just say real estate agent? No. Agents are not a party to the contract. We do not belong in the sales contract. That is for buyers and sellers. Specifically, they say we cannot make any mention of our commission, referral fee, bonus, whatever you want to call it. There's no mention of our commission in the sales contract. Where do I discuss my commission? Where do we hash out our commission?
A listing agreement.
Listing agreement.
Listing agreement and
The buyer's agency.
The buyer.
our buyer agency agreements. You guys hear that? That's where our commission belongs because that's the agreement between us and the seller or buyer. The sales contract is the agreement between the buyer and the seller. So you always need to stop and ask yourself, who are the parties to this document that I'm looking at? Would it surprise you guys if I told you that there have been complaints filed down at the commission where agents have tried to slip themselves in a bonus in the sales contract? I think we talked about this last week. I'm telling you guys right now, buyers and sellers do not sit down and read this 17-page contract. They trust their agent. They rely that their agent knows what they're talking about, and they sign based on that trust. So if the agent slips himself a bonus in, well, how much bonus do you want? You want a $5,000 bonus? Sure. Put yourself in a $5,000 bonus, buyer and seller, sign it. Are you going to get a $5,000 bonus? No, because we don't belong in the contract. The judge would rule that out and the commission would have a heyday with you on disciplinary action. So big picture is we don't belong in the sales contract. Specifically, no mention of your compensation. We also cannot put in some kind of disclaimer to protect myself. So let's say, for example, the buyer says, yeah, no, I don't need a pest inspection. Look, I don't see any termites. It's fine. I'm not getting a pest inspection. Okay, that's fine. That's their choice. I can't make them do anything. But the fact that they choose not to have a pest inspection does not belong in the sales contract. I actually have another form that allows clients to select and waive services. So if they want to waive the pest inspection, I got a form for that. You're not getting into that in this class, but just know we got a form for that. Talking about our contracts in writing, specifically, what we're dealing with most in 2023 is e-documents, e-signatures, electronic forms. Now, your firm, probably most firms have some kind of electronic signatures program. There's dotloop, there's DocuSign, there's ZipForms, there's, I think it's called SkySlope. There's several out there. Your firm will have one that they choose to use their do their electronic commerce. We have to have some acts in place to regulate the e-world, e-documents and e-signatures. So what's in place to help us regulate that is the UETA, also known as the Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. We have a state level, which is called the North Carolina Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. They both say the same thing. And what the UETA does is it regulates our electronic commerce. It says our e-signatures are binding. You guys had to sign something for Lane to be in this class. She asked you to sign a contract or registration, and she asked you to do it through @loop. So you got an email from Lane. You open the email and you clicked on the button that says like, take me to the forms or whatever. And then you guys very carefully read all the terms and conditions before you hit next. Correct? Tell me what those terms and conditions say. How often do we read those terms and conditions? Y'all clicked on that email. You said, I agree to everything this says. And you went on and signed that contract for Lane. Did y'all know what you got yourselves into? I'm just kidding. Guys, my point is, part of what you agree to in the terms and conditions, whether you read it or not, part of what you agree to is to allow your e-signature to count as your legally binding signature. So if it goes down and you and Lane wind up in court for, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, you won't be able to look at the judge and say, that's not my actual handwritten signature. What you agree to is that your e-signature counts. How many of your e-signatures look like your actual handwritten signature? Not many. Even if you try to do it yourself, it just doesn't come out right? So the UETA helps regulate electronic commerce, communication, e-documents. Have you guys ever heard the expression or the saying that technology moves faster than the law? Technology takes off, as the case when we got e-signatures, e-documents. We just needed a law to address it, and that's where the UETA caught up. Questions? Let's go ahead and take our last break. When we come back, we're getting in a new section, still in Unit 10. So let's go ahead and take 10. Last break for the day. we are back. Cameras are on. So I'm going to take attendance. And let's keep going. Unit 10. So the UETA. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about this. Offer and acceptance, also known as mutual assent, also known as meeting of the minds. So the offeror is who?
The buyer.
Nope. The offeror is
Giver.
the giver
The seller.
of the offer.
Oh, giver. Oh.
Please don't think buyer and seller. It is way too easy to say buyer and seller on your test. The offeror is the giver of the offer, which means the offeree is who?
Receivee.
The receivee. So the offeror, that's what those ORs and EEs mean. Now, again, you guys, the majority of the time, yes, the buyer is the one making an offer to a seller. But again, I don't want you to get stuck there. There have been cases where the seller makes an offer to the buyer. So when we see offeror, it's the giver of the offer. When we see offeree, it's the receivee of the offer. Do I have everybody? Okay. The offeror makes an offer to the offeree. It crosses the contract communication line. What are the offeree's three choices? Let's rattle these off together. The offeree's received an offer, so the offeree can accept it,
reject,
or
counter. Let's all do that again together. Everybody ready? Why don't everybody on mute? Let's have some fun for a second. Let's make your family wonder what we're really doing in here. Hang on, I got you guys. You're getting on mute, whether you like it. No, I don't have that kind of power. Okay, everybody on mute. I don't have that kind of power. What are their three choices when you receive an offer? You can
accept
reject,
or counter.
You guys sounded great. Thank you. Please mute yourselves again. You got three choices. Yeah.
Sorry, what was that line called again? Do you mind?
Contract formation wall.
Okay.
I really need a better name for it. But this is our contract formation, contract communication line. So we have our three choices. So again, an offer is made. The offeree has three choices. If they accept it, they're agreeing to all of the terms exactly how they are. You hear my absolute word there? Agree to everything, all of the terms exactly how they are. If the offeree rejects it, the offer is dead on the table. It's a flat out no. The offer has been killed. If the offeree counters it, a counter offer is a rejection with a but. And in the event, in the case of a counter offer, the offeree is saying, I'm good with all the terms, but this, this, and this. Let's say maybe purchase price and closing date. With a counter offer, the roles reverse. The offeree becomes the offeror becomes the offeree. Another good reason why I don't want you to get bogged down with buyers and sellers. Because once we counter, those roles reverse. A counter offer is a rejection with a but. So now the offeror has become the offeree. They made an offer, the offeree countered, the roles reversed. The offeror is now the offeree. The offeree has three choices. They can accept it, reject it, or counter. I'm going to have you guys dreaming about this tonight, I hope. Questions so far? there is this magic moment in time when it goes from being an offer to a contract. And we as agents need to know when it becomes a contract. We need to know when our party or parties are officially legally bound to each other. So in order for it to go from an offer to a contract, we must have two things. The last offeree accepts. What are our three choices? Accept it, reject it, or counter it. So we can counter back and forth all day long until we get acceptance. Step one to contract formation is for the last offeree to accept. For your exam, did I get your attention? For your exam, when you guys see the word accept, know that it has been signed. I don't need you guys sitting there during the test going, oh, but if we have verbal acceptance, do we really have anything? Don't worry about it. For your exam, when you see that it's been accepted, it's been signed. In the real world, I need you to verify that it's been signed. But in pre-licensing world, when we see accept, we know that it's been signed. Step one. The next step is that communication of acceptance must get back to the offeror. So we have the offeree, we have the offeror. Step one, I did that backwards. Offeror, not that it matters, but I like to be consistent. Step one is that the offeree accepts. And by accepts, what does that mean? They have signed it. Don't ask yourself. You know, I'm telling you. Once they have signed it, then they have got to notify the person that made the offer that it's been signed. Communication of acceptance must cross the contract formation wall. The person making the offer must know that their offer has been accepted. Please note, all I'm doing is communicating acceptance. Maybe I'm handing you the signed contract. Maybe I am emailing it to you later this afternoon. I'm not talking about delivery of the signed contract. I am talking about communicating the fact that the offeror has, that the offeree has accepted it. And we're going to talk about the different methods of communication next. But we must have these two things. Guys, I'm going to tell you something right now. When you're reading these test questions, when you get to these practice problems and these test questions, these are another one of those questions that they're like this long. And you're going to have a lot of information, and you're going to have to decipher the information. And to do that, I recommend drawing the contract formation wall. You got the offeror on one side, the offeree on the other. And then the question is going to tell you there's a counter offer. So now the offeror becomes the offeree. And maybe for fun, we counter it again. This is one of these questions that gets very lengthy. At the end of that question, I need you to know who is the last offeree that accepts it and who is the last offeror that needs communication of acceptance. Is it the Smiths or the Jones or the buyer or the seller? Those are all there meant to distract you in a way. What we care about is offeror and offeree and this magic moment in time when it goes from being an offer to a contract. So we must have these two things. The last offeree signs it, and then communication of acceptance is delivered. It crosses the line and goes to the offeror. Questions so far? when it comes to communicating offer terms, acceptance of offer, when it comes to communicating to me is just as good as communicating to my client. So let's say you're an agent, you're working with a buyer that wants to make an offer. You stand over here at the contract formation wall with your buyer. And then on the other side of the contract formation wall, we have another agent with a different firm working with the seller that's acting as the offeree. Whenever we're forming, communicating acceptance, offer details, negotiating, talking to me is just as good as talking directly to my client. So let's say you're the buyer's agent. You are out showing property this afternoon. Your buyer walks in the front door and says, oh, this is it. This is the one. Let's write it up. So you do your little mini happy dance because, you know, we got to celebrate the small things, right? So we do our mini happy dance. We go home and we fill in the blanks of the sales contract on behalf of our buyer. How much do you want to offer? When do you want to close? You want me to ask for a home warranty? We fill in all the blanks of the offer. Then on behalf of our buyer, we make an offer to the seller. We're going to communicate. Agents are going to communicate amongst each other. So the buyer's agent calls the listing agent and says, I have an offer. Listing agent says, awesome. I talked to my seller. Thank you so much. Listing agent calls their seller and says, we have an offer. And the seller says, wow, that's all I could ever ask for. That's what I wanted. I'm going to accept this offer. What are we doing when we're accepting it? We are signing. So step one, our offeree, no counter, seller just accepted as was. Step one is we have our offeree accepted. Shake your head, yes or no. Are we under contract? Are we? I only got step one of two. Everybody with me? So now the seller communicates, and this is where you got to pay attention to these questions. This is where they like to get you. The seller communicates with their agent and say, I've accepted. When the seller calls their agent, did that communication cross the line? Nah, we're still hanging out over here on this side of the line, right? So the seller calls their agent, listing agent calls the buyer's agent and says, we've accepted. Now did communication cross the line? Isn't that our second step? We communicated that the last offeree signed it. Congratulations, folks. We're under contract. As the buyer's agent, what's the very next thing you're going to want to do?
To sign contract?
I already got it signed.
Tell the people that made the offer it's been accepted.
Now I got to tell the buyer the good news, right?
Right.
I had communication of acceptance. We are now under contract. The very next thing I need to do is call my guy and tell them the good news. And this phone call isn't, are you sure you still want this house? This phone call is, congratulations, you're under contract, because we had acceptance and then we had communication of acceptance. That communication has to cross the line. And again, I highly recommend you guys draw this out, because by the time you throw in a couple counter offers and those roles reverse a few times, I need you to know who's the last offeree and the last offeror, buyer or seller, Smiths or Joneses. So I recommend practicing drawing this thing out, but you've got to see those two things. Offeree accepts and communication of acceptance crosses the line and goes back to the offeror. The person making the offer has got to be informed that their offer has been accepted. What questions do I have?
What if the buyer's agent doesn't communicate that to you for 3 days? 4 days.
I'm still under contract when the listing agent called me and said, And so 3 days later, the buyer calls me and says, yeah, hey, I was just calling to check in on our offer. Oh, yeah, it was accepted. You're under contract. Oops. Communicating to me when it comes to offer and acceptance, communicating to me is just as good as communicating to my client.
So, Julie, I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What if the seller, what if the seller agent communicates to the buyer agent, just leaves a voicemail? Is that considered under a contract?
So we're getting into the different forms of communication, Sabrina, and what we're going to learn is that any form of communication is okay as long as the parties agree. So if I say email is an acceptable form of communication, or text message, or you can call me, that is communicating. Please note, you guys, please note, I am communicating acceptance. I'm not delivering the offer. I'll get it to you later. I'm not delivering the offer. I'm only communicating the fact that it has been, what does it mean when it's been accepted? I'm communicating the fact that it has been signed. Everybody see that? So to Sabrina's point, I am, who do I want to be? I am the, I'm the listing agent. Let's make me the listing agent. And no, I changed my mind. I want to make me the buyer's agent. And I'm driving down the road and I get a phone call from the listing agent. And the listing agent says, my sellers have accepted your offer. I'm out and about right now. I will email you the signed contract later this afternoon. We're under contract now, though, because we communicated acceptance. Are you guys with me? I feel like y'all just froze up for a second. Did we freeze up?
So is it
okay?
Oh wait, can you hear me, Julie?
Yep.
So it's as long as it crossed the line. That says
Communication must
cross
the line. Communication of acceptance must cross the line. And communicating to me, once you call me and say, my guys have accepted, we're under contract. The fact that I haven't told my client yet doesn't matter, because communicating acceptance to me is just as good as communicating acceptance to my client. So the different methods of communicating, as we said, anything's okay as long as the parties agree. So some traditional methods, maybe you pick up the phone and call them. Maybe you fax it. If you still have one of those dinosaurs, we could snail mail it. We could drop it in FedEx or UPS overnight. We also have new fancy methods of communication. We can communicate via email, e-signatures, etc. This is another reason why I want you guys to draw this out, because when you're reading that big, long problem, they're going to have communication of acceptance crossing the line. But what I need you guys to understand is communication of acceptance only has to cross the line once. So if I leave you a voicemail that my guys have signed, and then I followed up with a text, and then I later email it to you, which form of communication put us under contract?
Voicemail.
The voicemail. The text is a follow-up. The email is a follow-up. So when you guys are deciding who's the offeror or who's the offeree, and you're keeping up with your line, I also need you to pay attention to your communication. All we have to do is communicate acceptance one time. Everything else after that is a follow-up. Did you get my voicemail? Did you get my email? Did you get whatever method I reached out to you first? The specific attention we have when it comes to snail mail, and I know we don't use snail mail much anymore, but guess what? It's still out there. So we need to talk about how this looks. And with snail mail, we have something called the mailbox rule. The mailbox rule is one of the oldest rules we have in this country. This thing dates back to the days of the old days of the Pony Express out west, like back when the USPS was created, kind of thing. And the mailbox rule only applies to creating contracts. The mailbox rule does not apply to terminating contracts, negotiating contracts, amending contracts. The mailbox rule only applies to creating a contract. And what the mailbox rule says is that communication of acceptance has happened when the properly addressed envelope hits the federally related mailbox. Communication of acceptance has happened. This is a federally related mailbox. So you're either taking it to the USPS or you're finding one of those big blue mailboxes somewhere. This is not the mailbox on your house or your porch. Once that properly addressed envelope is in that mailbox, communication of acceptance has happened. And again, they may say that I first call you and then I go drop it in the mail. I can spell. And then I follow it up with a text that I've done it. Which form of communication actually put us under contract?
Mailbox.
Which
voicemail. The voicemail.
The voicemail, because that's the one that happened first. I only need communication of acceptance to cross the line one time. Everything after that. And with the mailbox rule, let's say mailbox happened first. You put it in the mail. We've communicated acceptance. It doesn't matter that the recipient won't see it for 3 or 5 or 9 days. What matters is if you've done your part and you have put that signed contract in the mailbox. It's out of your hands and it's now in the hands of the USPS. So communication of acceptance, the mailbox rule. Let's see. And it is when the voicemail is left, but not when it's listened. It doesn't matter that you chose not to listen. The fact is, I left the voicemail. I sent the text. I sent the email. I sent whatever form of communication we agreed to. Again, communication of acceptance. This is all I'm talking about here, you guys. Communication of acceptance. I'm not delivering the contract. I'm telling you my guys have signed it. And communication of acceptance can happen in any form as long as the parties agree. So we can do snail mail, FedEx, email, carrier pigeon, whatever the parties agree to. Now, I got a page in our contract that allow the parties to say how they want to be communicated with. So it's not like we're out there in the dark trying to figure this out. We discuss how we want to be notified, how we want to communicate actually in the contract. So we'll see that. Let's look at an example together. So an owner offers to sell to a prospective buyer. The offer states that the acceptance must be made by email message only. What is the only acceptable form of communication?
Email.
Email. Is there anything else? No, because the parties only agreed to email. Instead, though, the dingbat buyer leaves a phone message informing the seller that he's accepted and signed the offer. But guess what? It's not been legally accepted because we didn't agree to phone message. We didn't agree to voicemail. What was the only thing we agreed to?
Email.
Email. And that is the only, in this transaction, in this case, that is the only acceptable form of communication. We've got to agree to it. Let's see. So I think you guys should review this. I think it is good. And I really think the best way to understand this is to go to the end of Unit 10, go in the online learning system and find those questions. It's like this long. And they're going to want to know, when were we under contract? When did this happen? That magic moment in time when it goes from being an offer to a contract. And I really, really, really think you guys should draw it out so you can see. I got an agent, I got a buyer, offeror, I got an agent, I got a seller, offeree. Oh, roles reverse, counter offer, etc., etc. I think you guys should utilize the contract formation wall And I'm open to better names if you guys have suggestions too. But I think you guys should utilize the contract formation wall so you can take that big, long problem and put it in a visual where you can walk yourself back and forth to see who the last offeree is that needs to accept it and the last offeror that needs to be communicated with. Question from the chat. Is there a certain amount of time that the buyer agent is given to inform the buyer of the offer being signed? You would think so, but unfortunately, no. It's just good common sense that we let our buyer know the good news as soon as possible. But there is no rule that says we have to do it within X amount of time. What else? What other questions do I have? So what happens if the offer isn't accepted? If the offer never becomes a contract? Well, there are several different things that can terminate an offer. Please note, this word says offer. An offer is made and it's never accepted. Why? Well, it could be that it was rejected. We said a counter offer is a rejection. So both a rejection and a counter offer will terminate an offer. If the offeree, let me back up. The offeror can put in an expiration date. The offeror can say, my offer is good until 5 p.m. on Thursday. And if the offeree doesn't respond within that stipulated time period, then the offer is dead. The offer is alive until 5 p.m. on Thursday. And if I don't have acceptance by then, we're done. So if the offeree chooses, if the offeror chooses to put in a time frame, also within a reasonable amount of time. That's no set in stone. That's pretty much going to be up to the offeror. If I make you an offer today and I don't hear anything back, and then tomorrow and Thursday and Friday, I'm still waiting on a response. At some point in time, you as the offeror may decide that you have waited a reasonable amount of time. What you need to understand about the offeror is free to reject or revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance. So if you made me an offer today and I haven't responded by Friday, and you think I have given this girl more than enough time to respond to my offer, but she's not, I as the offeror am determining that this is a reasonable amount of time, and I'm going to revoke my offer prior to acceptance. The offeror is free to revoke their offer prior to acceptance. I feel like I should say that again. The offeror is free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance, even if they put an expiration date on it. So I say this offer is good till 5 p.m. on Thursday, and tomorrow I wake up and change my mind. If I haven't gotten acceptance, I can revoke my offer. Another thing that'll terminate an offer is death of either party. Who are the parties again? I can see your mouths move. Who are the parties again?
The buyer and the seller.
Buyer and seller. Buyer and seller. So hear me, you guys. Death is only an out when you're negotiating the offer. Once you're under contract, if either party passes away, the contract continues. Their heirs are expected to carry through with the terms of the contract. And if they can't or won't, they will suffer the consequences of contract. Death is only an out for an offer. Does everybody see that? We're talking about terminating an offer. When we look at our contract on Thursday, we're going to see verbiage in there that says this contract is bound to the parties and their heirs. When do heirs kick in? Only when the party passes away. So death is only an out for the offer. So different ways we can terminate an offer. Questions?
So what happens when you say husband and wife, they go under contract? Let's, God forbid, make believe the husband and wife are in a car accident. They both die. So what happens in that case? Even though the heirs are their children, the children aren't bound under that contract, correct? If
they are, because the contract says to the parties and their heirs. If the children are 18, then they have a guardian.
Okay.
If you don't have a will, it could go escheat. Remember our fancy words from Unit 5. It could go escheat. It could go intestate succession. The state could take the property if you don't have a will. But what we need to understand with contract law is that once you have a legally binding contract in place, death is not an out. And if your heirs say, I don't want to buy this house, they terminate and they suffer the consequences of breach that are spelled out in the contract. You got a choice as an heir. It's deep stuff, isn't it?
I have one quick question.
Please.
If all parties agree to terminate the contract, does that work, or do you have to still like go to court to terminate the contract?
The parties could, we could agree to release each other, but
okay.
Per what's said in the contract, per the terms of the contract, the heirs would now have to be the one to agree to release. They'd have to be the one to break that contract now. So we're getting further and closer into our standard form 2T. And one thing to know about NCAR and the pre-printed forms that NCAR allows us to use, some of the more popular pre-printed forms come with a guidelines to complete. So if the guidelines to complete come with 2T or the agency agreement, for example, they're giving you tips on how you properly complete these forms. So they're not just handing you a form and saying, here you go, fill it out. They come with guidelines. They come with tips to make sure you're completing them properly. Another super simple philosophy I operate by, you guys, when in doubt, find out. If you don't know how to complete a form, you have resources, you have tools. You will have resources and tools. Specifically about standard form 2T, if we look at those guidelines for complete, before I move on, hang on. Somebody's asking about right of survivorship and the heirs. Again, somebody dies, somebody's in line to handle their affairs. So do they have right of survivorship? Do they not? We're not talking about, we're just basic contract law here. So, I mean, what if you have husband and wife and one dies when we're under contract? Is it going to their heirs? No, because you still have a party to the contract. The only time that heirs kick in is when both die. Like Phil was talking about that horrible accident that kills both. So the parties, whomever's listed as the parties, in order for the heirs to pick up, all of that party has to pass away. So the guidelines for completing 2T, it gives us some tips. It gives us some things to be aware of. So we'll make sure we're completing these things properly on behalf of somebody else. Let's back up for a second. Do you guys understand what we're doing? I'm creating a legally binding document for the seller to sell their home and or for the buyer to buy. You know the kind of price tags that come with homes? Guys, this isn't Amazon's 60-day return policy. This isn't buyer's remorse, I'm going to change my mind. These are legally binding documents that you and I are involved in. So we need to make sure we're properly completing them. The guidelines for 2T tell us the type if possible. It is 2023. I don't know why we would have to write But if our internet goes down and you need to write an offer, write in pen, blue or black ink. Please don't try to do a legally binding contract in pencil or purple crayon. So if we type if possible, if not, write legibly in ink. The guidelines tell us we're never going to leave a blank blank. When I come across a blank in my offer to purchase and contract, I need to put something in there. And if it's not applicable, then I'm going to put, for this transaction, then I'm going to put N/A. I'm going to acknowledge that that blank is not applicable. This does two things. First off, it doesn't make the other side question whether or not I meant to put anything in there or forgot. The other thing is it allows or doesn't allow the other side to slip something in there without me knowing it. So if you're not going to use a blank, just write NA, not applicable. We need to be precise. Like we said, my real estate jargon, my lingo, my vernacular doesn't belong in a sales contract for buyers and sellers that don't speak broker. So we're going to put words in that everybody understands. Any change, addition, or deletion needs to be acknowledged by all parties. So if, for example, we renegotiate the purchase price, we need to have acknowledgement of that. And then this last one I think is the most important. As an agent, our job is to review these provisions with whomever we're talking to, the buyer and or seller. I'll say it again. Buyers and sellers don't read. They trust their agent. They trust that you are filling in this legally binding document correctly on their behalf. Blows my mind how many don't read. Now, every once in a while, you'll get a reader, but for the most part, they're not. So if I know they're not reading it, now I have a duty to have the discussion, have the conversation about what these terms mean. So making sure they understand the provisions.
When you say parties, you really mean your client, correct?
The parties to the sales contract are the buyer and the seller. So whichever one you're working with, one or both.
Okay.
If you're in dual agency, you got both of them. All right, what I want to do now, we're going to go off book. So put your book off to the side. This is in your book, but I don't want you worrying about your book right now. We're going to talk about some common provisions. When we come together on Thursday, we're going to look at our 17-page offer to purchase and contract. Now, I'm not going to stand here and read the whole thing to you, but we are going to talk about it. We are going to look at the more important things that we need to know. Before we look at that contract, though, there's some certain provisions of the contract that I want to have a conversation about first, so we can start to wrap our brains around these before we look at the contract on Thursday. So some common provisions, get off book just for a second, just me and you having a conversation. When we look at the contract, we're going to see something called a due diligence fee. We're going to see something called a due diligence period. And we're going to see something called an earnest money deposit. And before we look at the contract, I think it's helpful that we know what these things mean going into the contract. These things mean different things. They do different things in the contract. In our vernacular, generally speaking, a deposit may be refundable. In our vernacular, a fee generally is not refundable. Now, there's exceptions to both of these rules. That's part of what makes our contract so much fun. But generally speaking, a deposit is money you'll get back. Generally speaking, a fee is money that you won't. So let me go back for 1 second. Shake your head, yes or no. Generally speaking, are you going to get a due diligence fee back? Generally speaking, no. Generally speaking, are you going to get an earnest money deposit back? Generally speaking, yes, maybe. So again, speaking in general, there's exceptions to both, and this is what we need to talk about. So let's talk first about, and again, you guys, give me just a minute to say all this before you start hitting me up with questions. Give me just 1 minute. So let's first talk about this due diligence fee. The due diligence fee is a negotiable amount paid by the buyer to the seller at the time of contract formation. Yes, you heard me right. No, that's not a typo. When we go under contract, the buyer pays the seller directly a due diligence fee. Why does a buyer pay the seller the due diligence fee? Because when the contract is first formed, the buyer has a right to terminate. The buyer is paying the seller for the right to terminate at any time during their due diligence period. The contract specifies a period of time, due diligence period. This due diligence period is the buyer's opportunity to learn as much about the property as they possibly can, and then decide, now knowing what I know, I've had all the inspections and investigations, I've had a survey done, I went to Google and did my research, I drove through the neighborhood, I did everything I could to learn about this property. And now knowing what I know as a buyer, I have a decision to make. Either move forward with and purchase this property, or terminate, exercise my right to terminate. Who can remind me what caveat emptor means?
Buyer beware.
Buyer beware.
Beware. So how can we make this fair to the buyer? Goodness, background noise, dogs. Ah. How can we make this fair to the buyer? We give them a period of time to investigate, to decide if they want to terminate or not. How do we make this fair to the seller? The buyer pays for that right to terminate, called the due diligence fee. If the buyer terminates, the question is, do they get their due diligence fee back? What did we say about fee? Are they going to get it back?
No.
Generally speaking, no. It is the right that the buyer paid for. Because the buyer paid for this right to terminate, if they do so within due diligence, they have exercised their right to terminate. There's a common misconception out there. And many people think that the due diligence period, the seller has to take their home off the market. They can't accept any more offers. They can't allow any more showings. And the buyer's paying the seller to take their home off the market. And that's not true. It's a misconception. The seller can still allow showings. The seller can accept what's referred to as a backup contract. We'll talk about that. The buyer's not paying the seller to take their home off the market. The buyer's paying the seller for their right to terminate. And if they do exercise their right to terminate, the seller can't sue the buyer. The seller can't go after the buyer in court because the seller accepted that money for that right. Hang on to the due diligence fee for just 1 second. The other money that we talked about is called the earnest money deposit. This again is a negotiable amount. Buyer and seller have to agree to it. The earnest money goes into an escrow account or a trust account. The escrow agent is an impartial third party, usually a closing attorney, that agrees to hang on to this deposit on behalf of both parties. The earnest money is also negotiable. And the point of the earnest money is to show the buyer's good faith. The seller wants to know that this is a serious buyer. They're not just out there wasting their time. You guys think about it. If somebody contracts to buy your home, don't you have to find somewhere else to live? You're not asking for a roommate, are you? You're asking for somebody to buy your home. So as the seller, you need to know, because you got to contract yourself to buy a house. You got to sign a lease. You got to find somewhere else to live. So as the seller, the amount of earnest money or an earnest money deposit shows that the buyer is serious. It shows the seller that the buyer has a little bit of extra money in the bank and that they can afford the purchase. Both earnest money and due diligence are completely negotiable. I don't have any kind of formula. There isn't, well, if the sales price is this, then we calculate. It is completely negotiable. The real estate commission is very helpful with the amounts. Y'all want to know what the commission tells us? The due diligence fee and the earnest money deposit is whatever the buyer's willing to offer and the seller's willing to accept. So if the buyer offers $1 and the seller accepts $1, we formed a contract with the amount of how much? $1 whole. Totally negotiable. The market affects these monies too. Some of you try to buy a house in the last couple of years. You may have been paying 4-digit earnest money due diligence. You may have been paying 5-digit earnest money due diligence. I heard of several buyers, 6-digit earnest money due diligence. Obviously, these were bigger price point homes, but it's completely negotiable. So the earnest money deposit shows the buyer's good faith. And the question now is, if the buyer terminates, will they get their earnest money back? And the answer to that is our favorite. It depends. So we got two monies. The seller gets a check for the due diligence fee. That's there. Go cash it right now. Get it in the bank. Then we got the earnest money that sits in an escrow account. Escrow account, again, usually a closing attorney. Before we talk about whether or not you're going to get your earnest money back, let's talk about buyer breach. While we are still in our due diligence period, DDP, due diligence period, the buyer is not considered in breach. If the buyer terminates within due diligence, they are not in breach. Why? Because that's what they paid for. That's the right to terminate that they have. The contract says during the due diligence period, the buyer can terminate for any reason or no reason at all. That's what they paid for. So they could have a really bad home inspection report where everything is broke, nothing. And the buyer says, my God, I don't want to mess with this. Some of this stuff is severe and I'm going to have to put some money in right away. And I just bought a daggum house and I can't afford to put money in right away. So let me terminate. Or they could terminate for no reason. Y'all, they literally could wake up tomorrow and say, yeah, no, I changed my mind. I don't want to buy this house. That's what the buyer's paying for, is that right to terminate. So if the buyer terminates within the due diligence period that is specified in the contract, they'll get their earnest money back. If the buyer terminates within the due diligence period, the seller's going to keep the due diligence fee. That is what the buyer paid for. I'll get you your earnest money back because you exercised your right to terminate while we were still in due diligence. If the buyer terminates after due diligence, and again, the contract tells us when our due diligence period is over. If the buyer terminates after due diligence for any reason whatsoever, not only does the earnest money go to the seller, but now the seller also keeps the due diligence fee. So where we terminate within due diligence, we can get the buyer their earnest money back. After due diligence, now the buyer's in breach. The seller needs something for that buyer breach. That something they're going to get is their earnest money. I haven't made it to closing yet. I know that's a question on your mind right now. What if we don't close? Or what if we don't terminate? What if we actually close? And I'm getting there. Let me just pause right here, see if I have any questions so far.
I guess I have a comment, Julie, and because I've lived in several states and bought and owned homes. Like the due diligence thing blew my mind when I moved here. And the only
Welcome
reason
to North Carolina.
yeah, and I know a lot of people don't like it. And the only reason it blows my mind is where during, like you said, the inspection, there'll be a lot of damage. And then we forfeit our money. That's fine. But then literally within 5 to 6, 7 days, it's back on the market. We've seen in one case, a house we did, three times it was back on the market within 4 weeks. And that goes to buyer beware, but this it's not on the seller's disclosure. And obviously, well, I can't speak, but the agent isn't disclosing it. So it's like when I tell people out of state about this, they like it's a scam for the seller. They can keep making money because it's buyer beware. And that's something that irkles me.
Before you jump to conclusions, was the seller provided with the home inspection report? Did the seller know why the buyer terminated? If the buyer just contacts you and says, I terminate, and you don't know why, I have nothing to disclose.
Because I know you can negotiate.
If the buyer says, I'm going to terminate, and here's a copy of my home inspection report that shows you all the problems with the home, now we have material facts to disclose.
Right.
And Phil, that very scenario is showing up almost monthly in the disciplinary action.
So like what happens? And that's why
they face disciplinary action.
Right,
they get their license suspended or revoked, or maybe they're taken to court because they did wrong.
But nothing happens to the seller because it's
caveat emptor.
Right. And that's the issue that really gets under people's skins that moved here and they've never, right? Now I've smartened up because the first time was $3,500 I lost 9 years ago. Now I'm smart that, like you said, I've changed my mind overnight. I'm like, it's all right, keep the 1,000, you know, felt you didn't want it overnight, but it's just one of those things that, oh, geez.
Got to get past it because in North Carolina, it is what it is. We got caveat emptor, and the answer, the solution to caveat emptor is give the buyer a period of time to decide if they want to buy. If the seller doesn't have to disclose anything, isn't it only fair that the buyer have the opportunity to learn on their own? And could they risk losing due diligence money? Sure. But wouldn't you rather lose $9,500 or whatever instead of being suckered into buying a house with all these problems? So the due diligence is the best solution to caveat emptor. It doesn't matter how many times the buyers, how many contracts we have, how many times it goes under contract. The seller still doesn't have to disclose anything. And so the answer to that, how do we make it fair to the buyer? We give them a period of time. That period of time that we call it is the due diligence period. And there ain't nothing, and I mean nothing, for free. So it wouldn't be fair for the buyer not to pay for that right to terminate. It also wouldn't be fair to say we'd be violating some antitrust laws if we said the buyer pays X amount for due diligence and X amount for earnest money. It's a completely negotiable amount. It fluctuates based on the market. Somebody asked who determines the due diligence fee. It's negotiable. If we're in a buyer's market, you got buyers offering a couple $100, $500. Seller hasn't seen an offer in 4 or 5 months. They may have no choice to accept that. You swing into a seller's market, who's driving that car? The seller. And how do you talk to the seller? Due diligence fee and earnest money. They're negotiable points, and we can use these to help leverage our buyers' offers. We can use these. And guys, remember, every buyer has a different risk tolerance. Some are more willing to risk due diligence fee than others. And that's part of what we need to do is help them understand what the contract says, agree with it or not. This is what the contract says. What are you comfortable risking, buyer? If you choose not to buy, what are you okay with losing? And these are conversations we're having with our buyers. So let me finish this. Let's see. So let's see. I just said, it's gone. If the buyer terminates after due diligence, then the earnest money goes to the seller, and the seller also keeps the due diligence fee. The due diligence fee plus the earnest money together equal the seller's liquidated damages. You guys remember liquidated damages from way back in Unit 9? And we said they're money damages that we agree to at the time of contract formation. Part of our negotiations is agreeing on the due diligence fee and the earnest money deposit. Whatever the buyer is willing to offer and the seller is willing to accept. So if we agree on $1, the seller and the buyer terminates, if the buyer just doesn't show up for closing, the seller's liquidated damages are $1 whole. As the listing agent, as we're getting more and more into a buyer's market, and we're starting to see these figures come down a little bit, listing agents, you need to make sure that whatever's offered for due diligence and earnest money, your seller's good with, because if that buyer never shows up to closing, this is all they get. The contract specifically says due diligence fee and earnest money serve as the seller's liquidated damages and is their sole and exclusive remedy. So if the buyer never shows up to closing, the seller can't sue them. They can't go after them in court. All they can do is collect their liquidated damages, money that we agreed to up front. In the event of buyer breach, if the seller breaches, the buyer can sue the pants off of them. The buyer can go after the seller for compensatory damages. They could go after the seller for specific performance. Breach is much harsher for the seller than it is for the buyer. If the buyer breaches, all the seller gets is due diligence fee and earnest money deposit. If the seller breaches, the buyer can sue. They can take them to court for money. They can take them to court for specific performance. Why is this? The seller initiated this whole dang thing to begin with by putting a for sale sign in their front yard, by inviting people to bring an offer to buy their home. The seller's the one that initiated this. And if the seller changes their mind, or if the seller finds out that they can't close, maybe that long lost relative that's unwilling to come up and sign the deed, the seller's got to suffer those consequences. So seller breach is much harsher than buyer breach because of how this whole thing started to begin with. All right, no more doom and gloom. We'll see this again tomorrow, or when do we meet again? Thursday, when we look at our contract. We're just introducing you these things now to help get you ready. But no more doom and gloom. Sometimes, believe it or not, these things actually make it to closing. So what happens to our due diligence fee and our earnest money deposit if we make it to closing? Both the due diligence fee and the earnest money deposit will be credited back to the buyer at closing. If we make it to closing, these are almost considered down payments. So at contract formation, we have, let's say, $5,000. I'm making numbers up in due diligence. And what the heck, $5,000 in earnest money. If we make it to closing, that's $10,000 less of the purchase price than the buyer needs to bring because they've already brought $10,000 at contract formation. So these who gets the fee, who gets the deposit, that only applies if we terminate. And then it matters when we terminate. Are we terminating within due diligence? Are we terminating outside of due diligence? In Unit 21, we're going to learn that the due diligence fee at closing will be debited from the seller. They already received it once at contract formation. They don't want to receive it again. So we'll see more on this in Unit 21. Again, this is a very brief explanation to the due diligence fee, the earnest money deposit, the due diligence period, and what happens if we terminate, what happens if we close. We'll see these spelled out in our contract on Thursday. My new book, people, earnest money and due diligence is spelled out on 294, 295, 296. My old book, people, I got something for you. The new book has much better explanations in it than the old book. That was one major thing they did with the book, is they gave you better explanations of the contract provisions. So my old book, people, what I've done, if you look in our Julie folder, I have grabbed those pages from the new book so you can see them. So my old book, people, please come into the Julie folder and look at these pages. A couple other things from other units too that we'll talk about. But if you want this afternoon, tomorrow, I would look at the earnest money. I would look at the due diligence. I would look at old book, people. Look at this. New book, people. Look from page 292 the whole way over to 304. 292 to 304. And again, that's what you're looking at here. These are the things that we need to discuss and be aware of on Thursday when we start looking at our standard form 2T. So this explains the due diligence, explains the earnest money, and of course we'll see it defined in the contract as well. So that's where we are. Perfect stopping place. So when we come back together on Thursday, we will we'll look at our contract. We're going to finish unit 10. We're going to talk about our midterm. You guys are going to have the midterm available to you. I'm not going to do it in class. I want you guys to do it on your own time. So I'm going to have the midterm available for a week, and it will start after class on Thursday. So we'll talk about that, what I need you guys to do with that. Remember, one of your requirements for this class is to attempt the midterm. So we'll talk about that on Thursday. Also on Thursday, we may get into the discussion about applying for your license and sitting for your state exam and all that good stuff. So we may be able to get that conversation as well. But most of Thursday, we're still in Unit 10. And then, of course, we'll talk about what next week looks like. What questions do I have? Comments, concerns? Also, feel free to look at the contract if you'd like before class. Don't look at the one in your book. That one's already out of date, I think. Yep, that one's already out of date. So look in the Unit 10 material in the online learning system. I got the contract, and that's what we'll start on Thursday.
Thank you, Julie. Great class today.
Thank you, guys. Have a good afternoon. Get some rest.
Thanks,
You guys all came
Bye,
in this
everyone.
morning and told me you were tired, so go get some rest. And we'll see you guys on
Bye.
Thursday.
Bye.
You guys.
Bye.
Thanks, Julie.
Say it again. Oh, I didn't hear him.